Yo, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to episode 107 of Miami Dolphins content. Your boy Bleezy and CT in the house. Man, kind of sad news today. Rest in peace, VONTAE Davis. We're going to talk a little bit of draft and all kinds of other stuff, but kind of somber day, man. It's kind of crazy. For those of y'all watching on Twitter and Twitch, come on over to YouTube, smash that like button, hit the subscribe, waddle on that notification bell. Here every Monday at 8:30. We do impromptu shows throughout the week. We did 2 or 3 impromptu shows last week, so make sure to hit that notification bell to get us every time we're going live. What is going on, Bleezy?
Yo, what's up, bro? It's a kind of a slow time in Dolphins land. Shame about VONTAE Davis. Honestly, I've been busy. I really don't even know the details. I mean, I think I know what happened a little bit, but I don't even know the details. But more importantly, RIP to him and prayers up to his family and friends and everybody, man.
Absolutely. And I don't know any details either. I know he's found in his grandmother's backyard. The only thing I've read is they don't believe there's any foul play involved. So I don't know. That's really all I've heard as far as that. But I mean, hey, we drafted him and Sean Smith together in that same draft, and we thought, they were going to be the next Sam Madison, Patrick Surtain duo. And I mean, he bounced around after he left us. He went to the Colts and he played a game there, and then he quit at halftime. But I mean, hey.
Yeah, that was kind of bizarre.
Yeah. Well, to say, I mean, I don't want to put out any speculation, but, who's to say? Maybe he had CTE. I mean, I don't know.
It very well could be, bro. Somebody put on Twitter, man. You never know what anybody's fighting out there, man. And it was kind of in reference to him, but it's the truth, man. You never know. Like I said. Prayers up to him and his family, and I know a lot of Dolphins Nation came out and was giving him much love today, so it was good to see.
Absolutely. I mean, he played pretty damn well for us. I mean, did he ever, end up matching our expectations? Not necessarily, but good player. He played 8 years in the NFL. To play 8 years in the NFL is pretty damn impressive. So.
Yeah.
Shout out to him again, like you said. Prayers to his family and his friends, man. It's terrible to see, and so yeah, man, and crazy.
So shout out to him, man. But so on a lighter note, let's. Is the draft here? Is it draft week yet? That's pretty much what we're waiting on, right, CT?
We're getting there. We're only 3 weeks away.
Is that it?
Only.
I think that's what everybody's kind of focused on, man. Everybody's doing a lot of mock drafts and this and that. And we put out a couple of shorts recently about a few players that might be there at 21 for us. Mims, the big tackle out of Georgia. Who are the other ones, man? Jared Verse. Is that his name? Johnny Verse? I can't keep up with him, man. But check out our shorts. These are players that are probably going to be there at 21 that are studs, man. That are studs that we'll see if we can go with or not. We're going to keep posting those shorts, so keep tuning in to them, man. Check them out.
Absolutely. And I mean, like you said, there's so many players out there, so many mock drafts. They go so many different ways.
Yeah,
I mean, it's hard to predict. And no matter how many mock drafts you do, the real draft is never going to turn out like your mock draft did. And
right.
I just think it's interesting. Some outlets are putting out there, they expect 5 quarterbacks, 7 defensive cornerbacks, and 10 offensive linemen to go in the first round. Well, if that's the case, that's going to leave a lot of talented players elsewhere to be had for sure.
A lot of talented players, and I'm kind of all over the map. Honestly, I don't think I care who we take in that first pick, as long as it's a good player, man. As long as it's not a stretch, there's not weaknesses, And so I don't know. The people I've been looking at 21 are all solid, man. Unless we do
Yeah,
something.
that's what we've been talking about, is trying to figure out, how do you balance Greer's propensity to always try to hit the home run, and this is not the time to take risks. This is the time to get the
that
for
double,
sure
baby.
solid guy, nothing crazy, but nothing, not crap either.
I kind of like JPJ. The more I've been watching his tape, I keep hearing he's falling back, like down for some reason. I really don't know why, but I watched some of his tape today as a center. Man, it guy's physical. Man, he throws people around. He could be a good player. Man, I really don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he'll be there at 21 though, for sure. Is what I'm thinking.
Well, I mean, if he's sliding down draft boards, you can make that assumption. I mean, but I don't know, man. You got if people are so centered around the amount of quarterbacks, cornerbacks, and offensive linemen being drafted, maybe you do get that steal at D tackle. Maybe you do get that top third wide receiver you've been looking for. So I think it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out on draft day. But I mean, I'm just, as fun as it is to do mock drafts and everything like that. You can go in like our boy Big Philly. You do the mock draft 20 fucking times. You'll get good grades on the mock draft, but as we've seen, it just because mock drafts give them a good grade doesn't mean they're going to turn out to be a good player. And so you got to try to balance doing the research. It's fun, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really mean anything. You got to wait and see. And that's kind of how I see it.
And now that's how I see it too, man. And the thing about it is there's a lot of depth. What I'm hearing, a lot of depth at offensive line this year, and so I think we can get a good lineman at our second round pick. Is what I'm thinking.
For sure. And I mean, if that's what Greer wants to do, as far as, all right, let's get a solid in the round, but maybe you do go after that wide receiver if somebody falls to your shit. What happens if one of these stud D tackles slides to you? Are you going to say no to that? I'm not.
Right. No, and that's that could be the good mix. Go D tackle in the first round, offensive lineman in the second round. A lot of talk.
Yeah, and I mean, then the question is, do you wait for a wide receiver? Do you hold out and hope that OBJ signs with you? Because if that doesn't happen, I mean, then you're really back in the situation of last year. Who's going to be the number 3 guy? Who's going to step up? And as we saw last year, it sure as hell wasn't Braxton Berrios.
We have the offer on the table for OBJ, so we've all heard. Obviously, he's still shopping around. I don't know. That wide receiver 3, that's another one. That's another one that's going to be real interesting. Because do we really need a receiver? I mean, we could go look at the receiver room. Do you want to look at the receiver room? Or how about this, CT? There's your offensive line depth chart right now.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm not thrilled with the Robert Jones thing, but I think that as we've said before, you have the competition between Robert Jones, Eichenberg, and Driscoll, and may the best man win. Would I still like to draft, a center or a guard or even a tackle? Because again, we know Armstead's not going to be back next year. Maybe one of the tackles falls to you. Maybe
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
What is it? JPJ, you
Yeah.
know,
JPJ center.
but again, would you put him outside at fucking right guard and, maybe try to transition him into center later? Or, I mean, we've been talking about Fontolulu or whatever his name is, the guard that, can possibly move to tackle a la, a Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. And there's a lot of talk about that. If we do take a lineman, it could very easily be a tackle that we start at guard and maybe at that right guard,
Yeah, but I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that whole switching them from one side to the other kind of thing. It's like, at least with Laramie Tunsil, we were smart enough to start him at left guard, and then all I had to do was slide one position over. I don't know how I feel about trying to start a tackle at right guard and then throw him at left tackle the year after.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Now it makes perfect sense, man. I totally agree with that.
But in that same situation, I mean, say, Jackson Powers Johnson does fall to you, you can play him at right guard. And, obviously Brewer, he's not here long term. So maybe you do, after next year, slide him on over.
But and also kind of the kicker to this with me when I was look at the backups. R. Hayes, I don't even know who that is.
Ryan Hayes was a guy on the practice squad last year. I think we got him as an undrafted free agent after the draft last year.
Okay. What about C. Hines?
I have no idea who the fuck that is. That I can tell you that.
We all know who our boy Eichenberg is. So Ike is evidently, according to this chart, backup center. That's interesting. And then we have Lester Cotton at backup right guard. We're taking it's a shame not seeing our boy Robert Hunt right there, is it not? Don't you?
It is. Again, I ain't paying him $20 million a year. That's fucking way too much.
I agree. It just sucks not seeing him there. And then we got big AJ Austin Jackson on that right side, who has been balling for the most part. You can't knock him.
I mean, he had one good year. So for the people argument about Tua, and Tua only had one good year, well, so is Austin Jackson. So I don't want to keep hearing the same bullshit.
He's backed up by Driscoll and Smith.
Yeah, and I mean, I've heard that.
I think we might need to go O-line with that first pick, CT.
I mean, I agree, but it just depends on what falls to you. I mean, really, that's all you can do. But Green Rat in the building, he said, April Fool. What's going on, brother?
April Fools.
Well, the only fools out there are the Dolphins if they think that this line and these backups are going to get the job done.
Put it in the comments. What do y'all think about this O-line and this depth chart? Is that the April's Fool? Is that the April Fool's joke?
What's up, I think the April Fool's joke is the fucking Dolphins thinking that this is going to get it done. But yeah, man, he says, Rip VONTAE DAVIS, some of my first Dolphins memories was him intercepting Tom Brady, praying for his family. Absolutely.
Definitely.
He said, try to hop on soon. And he said, Green Rat says Liam is the starter. Well, if that's the case, Green Rat, we're in a shit ton of trouble. That's for damn sure.
I wonder if Liam may be the starter at right guard. Maybe it seems like Liam probably should be a starter. I don't
I
know.
don't think he should be a starter, but over Robert Jones, again, maybe, again, like I said at the beginning, let Driscoll, even though Driscoll's listed, at least from this fucking thing, as a tackle, but he himself said that he's played all over the line and he can play any position. So, again, let Liam, Robert Jones, and Driscoll battle it out for that right guard spot. Competition breeds the best, and I mean, I still want some more talent brought in, but at the very
Yeah,
least, you got to let them battle it out.
I don't know. I think first or second round, throw in this O line, throw in another stud because you can get a good guy this year. If you look at the tackles, O line, deep, deep, a lot of good tackles, man. And
Yeah.
D line, maybe not so much. So maybe we should go D line first round, O line second round.
Yeah, I mean, see, and that's the debate. I mean, we did bring in 5 fucking bodies for D tackle, and obviously they're going to do it by rotation opposite Seiler. But again, if the talent's there and it falls to you, you can't not take it.
Here's a good point by Greenrat. But yeah, how come Connor Williams is not factored into this chart? Are we thinking he's not coming back?
No, he's not under contract. And not only is he not under contract, but he's injured. And the last report that I heard that Connor Williams may not even play anymore in the NFL.
Oh, I think I heard that too.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I mean,
Greenrat saying he'll be back late season for a Super Bowl run, which that's interesting.
I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, man, moving on. I wanted to talk a little bit about some comments made by McDonald, who is now the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, who's spent quite a bit of time with Anthony Weaver, obviously. And he had some interesting comments. He was asked by the media when he figured or when he thought that Weaver would get an opportunity to be a defensive coordinator, and not only the opportunity, but to be a good one. And he said, I knew it when he was in Houston. The first time I ever saw him, and I thought he did a great job there. Just working with him on a day-to-day basis, this is someone that I have huge respect for, just as a human being and a leader, and being incredibly smart. The players love him. He was a huge asset for our staff and how the guys played up front in the success. You know, you're excited for the guys' success that we had up front, and he's going to do a tremendous job for those guys. We love Weave. We miss him, and we wish him the best.
Weave.
So, yeah, apparently that's his nickname is Weave. So, yeah, like I said, I think another endorsement for Anthony Weaver, and it seems that everybody has very similar thoughts, and they know that he's a player's coach, and you know, like we've talked about, it resonates with Mike McDaniel and his desire to have relationships with players and try to get a best out of them. And obviously, you know, we continuously hear he's incredibly smart. You know, his prowess for teaching fundamentals and technique, and his intelligence scheme wise. So I'm pretty excited about it. I mean, I'm not going to get overly hyped. We got people got overly hyped about Fangio, even though we told everybody to hold the fucking door because if I remember correctly, I was one of the only ones that stated that the offense was going to be better than the defense last year. And, well, we know how that worked out. So, yeah, man, I think it's interesting. You know, we keep on getting, you know, glimpses here and there We still have the argument of what Chris Greer's going to do in the draft. Whether he's a good GM to begin with or not. We've still talked about, the playoff or the new kickoff rules, and I'm kind of interested, not that I really care anything about what comes out of Danny Shithead Crossman's mouth, but I'm kind of interested to see what he has to say. What is his strategy going to be and how he's going to adapt to this? And
yeah, I think all Dolphins fans are kind of a little anxious now that, because special teams are going to be huge, man. With these new rules, I really don't know how. Are we going to see a lot more touchdowns on the kickoffs? Is it going to be? I don't know, but I'll tell you this: I think with our team, if it should favor us as much as anybody. Fucking put A-Chain back there, let him rock.
Yeah, man. And you always have the possibility that the USFL started their games this weekend. You never know who's gonna come out of that season and garner some interest from NFL teams. You can talk about the third wave of free agency after the draft. We've talked. We heard we're interested in signing a veteran guard after the draft if it doesn't fall our way.
I heard that. Yeah.
Happens or not, I don't know.
Like you said earlier, man, it's hard to predict. You really can't predict it.
And then we're sitting on our haunches and kind of waiting to see what happens in the draft while, the OBJ contract still out there. Are you going to make an offer to a guard? Is there any other guys you're going to try to pick up? The extension.
Ennis brought it up last show about the our running back room. And he wasn't really calling it garbage, but he was close to calling it garbage. But he kind of made me, it kind of opened my mind up. I think we have a 7th round pick this year, and maybe a couple of 5s or
I
6.
think, yeah.
It would not hurt my feelings to go running back late in the draft this year. We could add one more. I think we could do that.
Yeah, and like he said, there's always the possibility you take some draft assets from next year, maybe move up into that 3rd, 4th round. There's so many possibilities, and I've tried. We have the names still, and we're gonna kind of come out and start doing some more evaluation. But again, with the draft being still 3 weeks away, we're not going to spend 3 weeks going through every freaking player imaginable. Respect to guys that do and that have the time to go through that film and all that, but that's way too much shit for me.
Yeah, I can't quite hang with all that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So
hey,
more power to them.
Yeah, man. You can. I don't know about. I'm all down with breaking it down, but geez, how much can you break?
Like I was talking to Big Philly the other day, and him and I were laughing about it. It was like, man, like you can't even get me on a Friday or Saturday night during college football season when there's games on, and I go and I just flip through and I'll be looking and I'll look at the scores. And if it's a blowout, I ain't watching that game. If it's a close game in the 3rd or 4th quarter, I'll turn it on. And then when somebody starts getting blown out, I'll turn it to something else. And with the college, such disparity in talent, it's, unless it's 2 powerhouse teams, and even then you get blowouts left and right. It's just, I don't know. I like closer games. It's the same thing with the NFL. After the Dolphins game is over, if it's Sunday night football, Monday night football, we've done live reactions to games on here. But as soon as it becomes a blowout or a disinteresting game, I mean, we kind of go off the fucking rails.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Because you lose interest in it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of, after a while it gets a little old. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Hey, but check this out. Oh shit, is that Iceman? What's up, Ice?
Yes, sir. Iceman in the house.
What's going on, Ice? Hope all is well, my brother.
Yes, sir.
But you see that? What there you
so
go.
According to the Caps projections, the sizable contracts that Christian Wilkins and Robert Hunt signed with the Las Vegas Raiders and Carolina Panthers respectively are both likely to earn the Dolphins third round picks in 2025. And yeah, man, like we said, we talked about it on the last show when Amicus was here, and Ennis is, that's as of right now. But as we said, if they play, well, or even if they don't play so well, that can change at any time, because part of that compensatory pick formulation is how much percentage of snaps, the accolades, as well as their position rank does affect that final selection.
No,
so
you're right.
It's projected it's a third. It could be a fourth for both of them if they don't play well. Or
look, check it out. If see it, I didn't even see this part, but I'm going to post it in chat. I should be doing a banner, but they back it up with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said, the part of the compensatory pick is also the amount of free agents you draft that weren't released by their team, but were given the opportunity or were non-exclusive to the team. That also affects what you get as well. And like I said, but if the Dolphins make another move, or just a few more free agents gets deals elsewhere, those picks can disappear. Either way, 2 third-round picks is quite a coup for Miami, and will mean the Dolphins have a lot of draft capital
to work with.
Yeah, to work with next year, which we agree. But as we said as well, compensatory picks aren't tradable at all. Now, does that mean that the Dolphins can't use their third-round pick to try to move up this year? I mean, there's always that possibility, and knowing Greer, we know what he likes to do. So,
F them picks.
We'll see, man. I mean, I don't know. You say F them picks, but at the same time, we're in the position we're in because he said F them picks, and we don't have any young core guys, especially after losing a few of them to free agency.
No, that's what I'm saying. You said we know what Greer likes to do, and I said, yeah, F them picks. Meaning that's what Greer likes to do.
Oh, yeah, no, and I'm saying, but the drawback to that is that's why we're in the position we're in.
Where we're at now. I mean, I was trying to pull it up, and we'll do it for another show. But, I mean, we got, like, crazy picks next year right now, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah, I think it's supposed to be 9 or 10 or something like that.
Yeah. And so I saw somebody else on some other show. I think it was Dolphins.com, but they were talking about, the guy was saying that we're in a mini reset. We're in a mini reset right now. I'm like, man, F a mini reset.
We already been addressed that on this channel. We're not. Greer can't afford to reset, even a mini reset. He's going all in. Hence why we're barely $5 million under the cap, and we're waiting on, Xavier Howard's post June 1st designation money to try to do anything else. And that's if we do anything else. Who knows? Again, that money might be allocated to Tua, and maybe we only get bottom of the barrel bullshit like Greer likes to scrape off the floor before he throws together a team.
Yeah. Well, we got a pretty good team right now, as it is. No bullshit. But we're not Super Bowl caliber. I heard somebody on the local radio today, this afternoon, comparing us to the Detroit Lions. NS, get up here, yo. But he was saying that he thinks we're on par with the Lions. He's like, the Dolphins are on par with the Lions. And he did mention the Cowboys too.
Yeah, and maybe that's true. Maybe, as far as the front load of talent and then lack of depth, I can agree with that. But I'm not too sure about, to be honest, I think that the Detroit Lions have a much better running game than we do. That's for damn sure.
MC coming in April Fool's style. Yes, sir.
For sure. And I agree with what Ennis said. I mean, yeah, to an extent, it's a reset every year. But for people saying that, again, we're in a soft reset or this and that, no, the argument again, and like we've said in previous shows, when we broke down the difference between rebuilding, a soft reset, and what we are now, I think is in, win now mode at all costs. Yes, we've tried to use void years as a mechanism to continue to add players on the on the quality side, but just kicking the financial can down the road, and eventually that shit's going to come back to bite you in the ass.
When I think of a reset, I think of a step back, and I don't feel like we're stepping back this year. As a matter of fact, Vegas has us stepping up. Vegas had us at 9.5 total wins last year. And this year we're at 10.5. So a reset, if you consider a reset getting better, okay, well then, yeah, maybe it is a reset. But when people start talking about a reset, to me, it normally means you're going to step back a little bit, rebuild, reload, and then come back, booming. And it's all about the language, I guess. Because Ennis is right.
The soft reset is more of a, okay, this year, I'm not gonna go get any high-priced guys. I'm gonna surf the bottom of the barrel, be financially frugal, even if it means that we win less next year, knowing that it'll allow us the year after to have more cap space. And I'm sorry, Greer's not doing that. Greer's still gone out. Now, has he gone out and signed, a Jalen Ramsey or Bradley Chubb? No, but he's still gone out and spent, $10 million per year on what, 2 different guys, 3 different guys. So it's not like he's being frugal. It's more of, so hold on. Where does that one go? Whose money is they kick down the road? They've done it with the sign or the extension to what, 5 different people. You redid Jalen Ramsey. You did Jalen Ramsey. You did what's his name? Durham Smythe, Alec Ingold. Who else? Fuck, there was like 2 or 3 more. And again, you have void years on the new guys that you just signed. So even if you go give them low base salary this year because you gave them an extra year on their contract, you think you can spread that out over 2 years? Well, even if they're only here for 1 year, you're still kicking that money down the road. So it's still got to be, Bradley Chubb as well. So, I mean, yeah, we've kicked a lot of money down the road, and at some point, it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. And that's another thing we forgot about that we talked about on Saturday on the last show is who's to say that we won't be able to draft one of these premier DNs if they happen to fall in the draft and we don't move off of Bradley Chubb?
Hey, we may go edge. What NSA, they redid the contract. That's not kicking. They did soft restructure so they don't move. So they didn't move it out. They didn't do Chubb.
I don't know. Greenrat said, I swear they did. I remember doing, I don't know. Anyway, like I said, either way, you can say they did a soft restructure. I'd love to know what that is because, again, if their base salary is less because they have a signing bonus, they can spread that signing bonus out over the multiple years of the extension. And that way they're not having to pay high base salary now. But the problem is say you extend them for 3 years, but you only keep them for 2. Well, you still have to pay that money whether they're on the team or not. And you have to pay that money the following year that they're no longer on the team in whole. So there is no, even if you let them go after 2, you don't get that third year to spread it out. Once they are cut from your team, you have to pay that money irregardless. So I don't know. I'm not really sure what a soft restructure is. So a restructure is a restructure is a restructure. It's we are giving you a signing bonus, and if we add years to your contract, or even if they don't add years to their contract, they're saying that they're going to give you a salary increase in one of the remaining years of your deal that you, even if you do see it, if they include guaranteed money in that, even if they cut you, you still have to pay that guaranteed money. It's called dead money. So I don't know.
Smythe and Ingold signing bonus is nothing.
Well, yeah, and I agree with that. I'm not saying that it's a huge thing. I'm just saying the amount of money doesn't change the fact that they kicked the money down the road. The whole point is at some point that shit's gonna catch up with you. We can continue to add, void years and whatever, but that dead money is eventually gonna catch up to you unless you infuse talent, young talent that would allow you to save money in the future so that you can offset the dead money that you're now kicking down the road. But that's, again, whether Greer's going to be able to draft young and get these guys on the cheap so you don't have to go out and pay expensive veterans. So right. You're kind of,
So that kind of comes back full circle to what we were talking about a second ago about a soft reset and how many picks we have now. If there's going to be a soft reset, I think it's going to be next year. That's your soft reset. Right now, we're trying to win this bitch.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say is the soft reset is when you're willing to not sign high-priced guys, knowing that even if it costs you a couple games that next year, the year after, you're going to have money to play with. But obviously, this year, this offseason and this upcoming season is not the year for that because, again, we're only $5 million under the caps, under the salary cap until Howard's money hits the books on June 1st. And we agree. Look at Iceman says we need to draft the D tackle. Wilkins is gone. It's time to replace. And I agree. But the question is what's going to be there? What's going to be there at 21? Is there going to be someone worth that pick, or are you going to be reaching for someone? Because this is what we were saying earlier, Bleezy, is the whole idea of, oh, it's offensive tackle heavy, quarterback heavy, cornerback heavy. But a month ago, they were saying that there's a shit ton of studs at the D-line positions, both edge and interior. So it's like they're constantly changing their mind. They're constantly speaking about, this position strength and how loaded this position is. But it's relative to this perspective of the teams who are drafting. Just because we say, oh, there was a bunch of good college players at this position doesn't necessarily mean that NFL teams are going to value it that way.
Right.
He said, send him the link.
I just sent it to you, Ennis. You should have it. It got kicked back for some reason, but you should have it now.
But yeah, man, like I said, I think that it really just depends on the way the board falls. We can mock it, we can talk it, but until it's being watched, you don't know.
There's so many options. We don't know what Greer's going to do. I did a short on Kool-Aid McKinstry out of Alabama, the cornerback. I think that dude's an absolute beast at corner. And I think he's going to be a great corner. And I said, if he's available at 21, do we take him? And a lot of people said, no, we're not going corner. And I agree with them. Although I don't know if I do agree with them. Greer may go corner. OG Ennis in the building.
What's going on, Ennis?
So let me explain. They redid Jalen Ramsey's contract. He didn't get a restructure. They tore the old one up and redid it. So Smythe and Engel, their signing bonus is nothing. Kicking that money, there's not much to kick. They didn't get huge signing bonuses. And we didn't redo Chubbs because we might want to get off him because his out is after this year. You get off T-Stat after this year. Only one you have to worry about is getting off of, or they still haven't restructured Tyreek because they don't want to move his out. And if you do a doing him or redoing his contract. So that money wouldn't get kicked down the road because you don't do a soft restructure for $30 million. Other players, you do a soft restructure is you do a partial. You don't do the whole thing. So that way the out doesn't get moved. If you do the whole thing, then the out gets moved down another year. That's what people have to understand when it's different restructures. Not all restructures are the same.
Okay. No, I know that. But what I was saying is, so again, and maybe this is where it gets frustrating, is we did a show when they were talking about all they didn't redo it, they just extended him. So if they extend him, that's not creating a whole new contract. So maybe that's where the confusion lies.
Extended who?
Jalen Ramsey. They said they didn't redo it.
They tore it up because Jalen Ramsey tweeted about it because people would say, oh, he's not getting that money. He tweeted, said, I already got it all. It's a new deal. Those were his words. We got a new deal. It wasn't a restructure. I'm telling you. We looked into it when it happened because we didn't understand it. But they were talking about doing the same thing for Tyreek, tearing up that deal and redoing it.
But they did not do that.
Not for Tyreek, no.
No, because we all knew that wasn't going to happen because you're not kicking. What is it? He's supposed to get $40 million or something.
He's got 2 more years. He's got this year and next year, and we're done with him, from what I heard.
Yeah, and next year it's supposed to be like a 38 point something fucking $1 million base salary, which we know we ain't paying him. That ain't happening.
No. Cap for life.
So you have an out after this season.
The GOAT.
To get off that. Right. That's why they're not restructuring it.
Yeah, we knew that. But and that's again where I get frustrated because, I mean, we heard so many reports about the Ramsey thing being extension. Now it's a whole new contract. And it's like, it even Spotrac, when we checked Spotrac had it as a restructure. And it's just like, man, who in the hell actually fucking, unless you go and ask, the Dolphins, are they going to release that publicly? Which obviously they haven't. It's just based on reports per se.
Yes, sir. So, Annas, are you leaning a certain way right now for that 21 pick? He stepped away.
No, you're good. But yeah, man, I'm trying to do it now. So I'm actually right now trying to look this Ramsey shit up right now. Because again, here's another one. Breaking news: Miami Dolphins defensive back Jalen Ramsey restructures. Then it says, breaking: Jalen Ramsey signs massive contract extension. So again, is it an extension? Is it a new contract? Is it a restructure? Which one was it? Because there's so many conflicting fucking stories out here.
Cat, what happened with Rice? It was something about a car race, and he was at a Lamborghini. I don't even know what happened. They got in a wreck or something.
What happened?
He's asking what happened with Rice, the receiver, I think, from KC. He was racing like a street race in a Lamborghini against somebody else, and they fucking got in a wreck and then wrecked into like a group of people or something.
Damn.
So I just looked at Ramsey. Over the cap, Spotrac is not. I don't use Spotrac. Over the cap has it to where we have an out on Ramsey next year. After this year.
Yeah, I was just reading that. He has a cap hit of $4.11 million this year, which stems from a $1.6 million base salary and a $2.945 million prorated signing bonus. Then next year, his cap hit spikes to $28.445 million due to a $14.5 million base salary and a $2.945 million prorated signing bonus and an $11 million roster bonus.
But if you look where it says after June 1st, if you do a June 1st post like we did Xavier Howard, we only pay $6 million.
Okay, yeah, I haven't looked at that because I'm reading the article. It says in 2025, which is that year, which would be the same thing you're talking about, his cap hit drops to $22.445 million with a $15.5 million base salary and $2.945 million prorated signing bonus and a $4 million roster bonus. So you're saying even though his base salary, which is guaranteed in 2025, if they release him post June 1st in 2024 at the end of this upcoming year, we would only pay $6 million in dead cap.
That means the $6 million is only guaranteed.
Yeah, that would be what's the dead,
right?
Because it's already guaranteed in the prorated portion of the signing bonus.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah. So you would get the 3 he would get the 3 years from that year, or the $3 million from that year's prorated signing bonus, because he's already gotten it, right? We already know, like he said, that's what for those that don't know, the prorated means they're giving him a signing bonus for each year, but they're giving it gave all of it to him at one time, even though those portions of that signing bonus are spread out over 3 years. So essentially what they're saying is if we do cut him at the end of next year, post June 1st, the only dead money would be the $2.945 million prorated signing bonus for next year and the year after. That would be the only dead cap money we would have left on Ramsey's contract.
That's right. That's why we have Ogba's dead money, which was his signing bonus. The guarantee we still owe him. But that comes off after this year. Who else? Byron Jones. We still paying Byron Jones dead money.
Are we really?
Yeah, we're still paying Byron Jones dead money. That's where I was trying to get at earlier, Ennis, is hopefully Greer's learned his mistake from that. But that's what I don't want to happen, is keep the dead money. And then, like I said, eventually that shit's going to catch up to you.
But if Byron Jones didn't get hurt, it wouldn't have been bad. It was only bad because he got hurt and couldn't come back.
See, I have fucking strong opinions on that one. He could have brought his ass back. He decided not to.
Well,
I mean, literally.
I'm just saying. Getting hurt ruined it. I'm not going to get into all that. But him getting hurt threw that off because he was trying to move on from Howard for him anyway. So that's why his was structured like that.
Yeah. And I understand. I agree. I just think that, again, it just irritates me because it's the same shit as the Will Fuller situation, where, again, we paid dead money to Will Fuller as well. And there are two players that were injured, but they were reported to be ready to play, then not ready to play, then ready to play, then not ready to play, then ready to play. You know, we have a similar situation with Eazy-E, where he says he's ready to play, him and his agent. The team says he hasn't been cleared. So it's kind of getting to be a repetitive pattern where things start to become a little bit more questionable, if that makes sense. And this is like, I'm not even going to comment on that one. But anyway, I agree. I just, the injuries and the whole situation do affect that dead cap. But, it seems to be oft injured guys that we continue to have these problems with. And
well, we're going into the season with two of our best players out. Well, I mean, we think they're going to be out. Phillips and Chubb.
Phillips or Chubb is absolutely out at least until October, possibly November. And Bradley Phillips, I still think, again, we've discussed this. Like, even if he is a maniac and he does have, the ability to heal much quicker because of his age and whatnot, we already know Mike McDaniel's propensity to hold people out, given, he wants to save them, obviously not rush them back. We watched it with Nick Needham. We watched it with Brandon Jones. Brandon Jones himself said he believed he was ready to play in mid to late August, and he didn't play for another month and a half. So I don't know. I don't think you see Phillips until maybe mid-September, maybe early October. I just see them taking a cautious approach. And yes, sir, Cap for life, Rip VONTAE Davis, man. Terrible to hear, but yeah, man.
I think, and I'm not trying to take a damn edge just because we got a couple guys injured. But if you look down the road, like Ennis was just saying, Chubb ain't going to be here forever. Phillips is about to probably try to break the bank, Edge might be a good call. I don't know.
You only have one healthy one on the roster. You got to take one somewhere.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And that's kind of where, when, Ennis was on Saturday, I agreed with them is, especially now, knowing the situation with, we've talked about Javon Holland coming up, Waddle coming up. We're going to have to pay Jalen Phillips. Like, maybe it is best if one of these guys slips, even if it's not a D tackle, to go DN. One, it could help you, move off of Bradley Chubb, which may allow you to keep Jalen Phillips and pay Jalen Phillips and actually pay one of your freaking, homegrown talent to actually stay here beyond their freaking rookie contracts.
Well, there's a lot of good talent at edge in this draft, especially at 21. They got Chop Robinson. He's supposed to be a beast. I don't know that much about him.
But hey, for sure. Hey, I'll be right back, Belize. I got to put the older one to bed.
And so, but no, it's getting crazy, man. It's that time of year where teams are building their rosters. And really, this is the time of year you do build your roster. And like I said earlier, we've upgraded. Vegas had us at 9.5 wins last year. Right now, they've got us at 10.5 wins. So, but other than that, we were talking about Rice earlier. We do have this information on a little bit about that situation. If I could find it. Here it is. On behalf of Rashee Rice, his thoughts are with everybody impacted on the accident on Saturday. He's cooperating with local authorities and will take all necessary steps to address the situation. Any and all requests, comments can be directed to his attorney. That's about all we got to say about that. It sucks, dude. It's a bad situation, man. But other than that, there's a lot of stuff going on. Some good, some bad, like always. You know how we do. Hope everybody had a good Easter. Hopefully you got some ham on or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just scrolling through Twitter right now. There's a big basketball game on right now. Are y'all watching that? I don't even know who's winning. Somebody give us a score on that LSU. Who is it? LSU, Indiana, or Iowa? Somebody throw us a score up on there. Who's winning that? That's a big ladies' game. Noah. Oh, here we go, folks. Breaking. Hang on. Hang on. Stay tuned, Green Rat. Breaking news. Noah signed 3-year deal with the Dolphins today. Noah Igbinoghene. Noah is back, guys. Everybody welcome Noah back to the Dolphins. He's back in action. Glad to have him back. Welcome back, Noah. We know you did good work when you were here earlier. You got a raw deal. Green Rat I'll be the first one to tell you that. But welcome back, Noah. Everybody, welcome back, Noah, Iggy. Noah is back in the building, folks. Signed a contract. Just Green Rat just reported it. We got a 3-year deal by Noah. Green Rat, do you have the numbers on that? How much money? What are they paying Noah? We're glad to have him back, folks. And everybody hit that like button. We got 46 in the building right now. Oh, here we go. Let's see if we can get some info on this deal. Green Rat.
Yes, sir.
Do you have details on the deal?
I think he's getting paid the highest of any other quarterback in the league, is what I hear.
He got top level pay.
Top level money, buddy. But I do want to throw a shout out to the Iowa Hawkeye women's. They just beat LSU, the non-classless pieces of garbage. They walked off the court before the national anthem. They're lowlifes. As the Iowa Hawkeye women stood out there holding hands during the national anthem. That's what class is. Some of these southern states don't understand what class is. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
All right, hang on. You're gonna have to run that by me one more time. Now, what happened pregame? What happened?
Pregame, right before the national anthem, the LSU women's or children's team walked off the court.
Why?
I have no fucking idea.
So pregame during the national anthem, they walked off the court?
Right before it started, they left the court.
Is that normal protocol?
I would say no. Most people stand up and stand at the national anthem, but
did the announcers, were they talking about it when it happened?
There's a link to it in the chat.
Okay.
I put it in there earlier and stuff, but yeah, I thought it's pretty classless.
So that seems a little strange. I wonder what happened there. Okay, so they walked off on the pregame deal. After that, they came back. What other
They got
drama?
their ass kicked by the Hawkeye ladies. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's all he gives a shit about is Iowa fucking finally won something.
What was the final? Oh, 94-87 was the final score?
Final was yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's a hell of a game.
And for like the last 3-4 minutes was just they'd foul the Iowa players, they'd go try to hit free throws, and yeah, kind of one of those boring things for about 3 or 4 minutes, it seemed like.
I bet they got some good ratings on that game. They were talking about that on the radio this afternoon. That's a big deal.
I think the Iowa girl was offered like $5 million to go do something, and she's not even out of college yet.
What, an NIL deal?
It's something like that. I think it's like 3-on-3 or 3-something. I think Ice Cube is part of it.
Caitlin Clark.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the 3-on-3. Ice Cube he started that back in the day.
Yeah, they made her an offer of like $5 million or something already.
The quarterback for Ole Miss, Jackson Dart, he just signed a NIL deal or whatever they call it with a jet, a private jet airlining company.
Damn.
These kids are making so much money. It's
what is it worth? What is it worth, though?
It's worth millions, man. Look up Jackson Dart.
Steve, but the thing is I wouldn't even want the fucking money. I'd just be like, you need to have a plane on call for me whenever the fuck I want it. See, that's what I would do.
When I was reading it, I was like, you got to be kidding me, man. He's signing deals with private jet companies and shit out here.
Hey, go get your money, man. Again,
Yeah.
the NFL stands for not for long, baby.
And they're in college, man. That's an even shorter because Jackson Dart is no pro quarterback. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I mean, I've never heard of his ass, so that tells you all you need to know.
Well, he was a transfer from USC, so Lane Kiffin kind of had a history with him or something, and he came over. And so Jackson Dart signed a deal. He's the first college athlete to sign with a private jet company through the agreement with Nicholas Air. Dart can use the company's fleet of jets for travel, training, and philanthropy.
Philanthropy, yes.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I mean, think about that for a second, though. I mean, you went from you couldn't even. Here's my issue, though. So now, do you have to go back and revisit the Reggie Bush situation? Now, the way that things are, do you need to go back and revisit the shit that was fucked up before the NIL deal or NIL deals, where players couldn't even get extra fucking like meals without getting in trouble? Like, bro, it's food.
Right.
Like, it's fucking food.
You couldn't buy them a combo at Wendy's.
Yeah, it's like, dude, now all of a sudden they can fucking fly anywhere they fucking want. And I'm not getting into the down the road shit of or down the rabbit hole of other shit, but you really think about what's illegal in other situations, whether, you want to say, if say an agent wants to say, oh, you can come, we'll fly you out to such and such vacation spot. I got a house out there. So NFL agents can say all that shit, but they can't, that's considered quote unquote bribery according to the NFL. Shout out to the agent I'm talking about. You know who you are, bitch. But you can fucking do shit like that. But now the NIL deals come along and these professional companies can go, you can do whatever the fuck you want on our jets. No problem.
Hop on, bitch.
Like, it's crazy. It's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
Jackson Dart, baby, getting a jet deal.
I mean, hey, his name is Dart. Maybe they fucking thought it was a slogan opportunity. Dart over here, Dart over there. I don't fucking.
You get your dart on. It's crazy, man. College. Those kids are getting paid.
Literally, fucking Odell Beckham Jr. got in all that trouble for handing out $100 to fucking LSU kids. Oh my God, he gave him $100 bill. Now these motherfuckers are getting millions, and nah. Didn't, and if I remember correctly, didn't Odell Beckham Jr. get banned from the LSU games or something for like 3 years or some shit like that by the NCAA?
I think he did, yeah. I think he did something like that.
They banned him from going to LSU games or some shit. And it's like, are you going to rescind that ban? Well, I'm sure the fucking time, the time is over, but still, are you going to go back to Reggie Bush and be like, hey, we stripped you of your fucking Heisman because, somebody bought you a fucking Whopper at Burger King, or, they paid for you to go to the strip club, but now all of a sudden these dudes are making millions for and I hate to say it, I'm not being disrespectful to Dart, but I kind of am. You're a fucking nobody, and you can do whatever the fuck you want on private jets. It doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't.
Oh, it's crazy.
I don't know.
Crazy. I'm trying to. I'm trying to pull up another one you're really gonna like if I can get it to work.
Oh man, you gonna piss me off again. What do you think, Green Rat? What do you think about the NILs and all this foolishness?
I don't think any of them should get paid.
Wow.
College is for education.
And I agree, and I've made that argument before. People say they don't get paid. Well, they get a free education.
Yep, they do. It's more than some people get.
I agree. The only pushback I would give is I do think that the argument that was brought up originally in the NIL deals is the argument of stipends for players. Because I do think that if the team is not allowed to provide nutrition, meals, and whatever for free, if you're asking a player to constantly be traveling to games and shit, I do think that it would be irresponsible not to say, hey, we'll give you enough of a stipend that because you are traveling, you can afford to get a meal that's not at fucking Burger King or McDonald's off the fucking dollar menu.
They just need to have a chef that flies with the team and shit like that to cook the meal.
I can agree with the either way, one way or the other. Either you provide them food or you give them a stipend that they're not, again, these quote unquote elite athletes that you're trying to train. You only give them enough money to go fucking order off the dollar menu. That I have an issue with. What do you think, Bleezy?
No, I totally agree, but I think it's kind of a long time coming, man. You know, these kids they should have been paid a long time ago, but you know, obviously they didn't get paid, but now they are. But I think it's kind of a can of worms. I don't see how it's, you know, and honestly, college football is losing me as a fan between the transfer portal and the NIL deals and basically shit like that. They're losing me, man. I'm going to cheer for Ole Miss always. But other than that, you know, I've told the story before, man, about 4 or 5 years ago. I was sitting there watching, Ole Miss had a star linebacker, man. His name was Momo Sonogo. And he was the captain of the team and everything. I'm watching him 1 year. Next year, all of a sudden, he's playing for Louisville as their captain linebacker. I'm like, what? You know?
And as far as the transfer portal, now we've talked about this a little bit privately, but publicly, I do agree. If a coach can walk out the door, a player should be able to transfer based on that alone. Now, if you want to transfer because you can't hack it and you're not getting playing time because you suck, that's a different story. I think you should be forced to stay there or sit out your year of eligibility. But if a coach leaves, for example, like Harbaugh, who's to say those kids weren't promised by Harbaugh, I'm going to be here throughout your tenure, and knowing that if somebody comes in, a new coach, they take on a new philosophy, you're essentially being relegated to the bench because you don't fit the scheme anymore or whatever. I don't think that that's fair to the player not to be able to immediately transfer and play elsewhere. But if it's just because you can't hack it, you should have to sit out your year.
So here you go, CT. There it is.
Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Gotta fucking love it. Gotta love it. He's like, hey, I suck as a quarterback, so I could fly wherever the fuck I want to transfer to.
I'll take this jet deal while I have it.
Oh man, that's fucking hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious.
He ain't gonna have one for long because he ain't gonna. I think he's coming back to Ole Miss for another year. He's basking in the glory because he's not gonna make it in the pros.
Nah, and you gotta, and that's kind of the thing that some have made the argument about, which I get to an extent, that a lot of these college players do make their colleges a shit ton of money and revenue. And for the ones that don't go to the NFL to get nothing out of it other than the education, which is important, but at the same time, I do think that there is a slight valid conversation for the ones that don't make it to the NFL, especially if, say, they're injured and then they have a permanent injury for the rest of their life. Maybe that's a case-by-case situation, but I think that that's something that may need to be addressed in that aspect.
The problem is, I think every, and I shouldn't say every, but almost every player transfers now. They plan on transferring. They don't plan on staying in school for 4 years. It's almost like
It's where do I have the best opportunity to start?
Yeah. They're looking to transfer as soon as they come in. It's crazy, man. Yeah. And the college coaches, a lot of them have not adjusted, a la your boy Dabo Swinney.
Hey, my boy, Gamecocks all the way. Fuck Clemson. But but I agree. I understand what you're saying. The thing is the argument but the counter argument to that is, so the only course of avenue for an NFL player, if they're not happy with their playing time and whatever, is to sit out or demand a trade. How is it that college athletes can fucking transfer whenever the hell they want, but NFL players can't?
Yeah.
That so if an NFL guy has to sit out the term of his contract, why shouldn't you?
College is a little out of control right now. They're trying to rein it in. They're trying to figure it out.
I just think, like you said earlier, you go down the slippery slope, and once you go down that slippery slope, how do you bring it back? Because you say they're trying to rein it in, but you've already let it get out of control. How do you rein it back in?
Once you go down that slope, stuff like this happens.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But again, like you said, though, they're trying to rein it in. Well, how do you rein it in since you've already let the fucking Pandora's box open?
That's the $1 million question, bro.
Oh, it's not $1 million. It's fucking $1 billion. Because these NIL deals are fucking insane.
Oh, yeah.
You cut the fuckers off by the balls.
It's a little late for that.
But the thing is, then the NCAA has a problem, though. And you got to think about this, Green Rat. Now you have a problem as far as the NCAA is concerned, because now you're going to have legal liability for breach of contract. So if you tell these players they're allowed to, they go and sign these contracts, and then you tell them they can't. Now the NCAA is liable for breach of contract, not the individual.
Oh, the longest it can be is 4 years. So in 4 years, you can kibosh all of it.
So you're saying just phase it out, essentially.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, that's a viable
the only
option.
legal way to do it. Yes.
Yeah, that's a viable way. Yeah, but you can't just fucking flat out be like, nah, you can't do that.
I wonder how big of a cut the NCAA gets off of a deal like that.
None.
None. None.
None.
So that's a
The
private deal.
NCAA gets no cuts of NIL deals. None.
Oh, well, see, that's a problem on their part. They should be getting a cut, especially on a deal like that where Jackson Dart's making millions. Shit.
Yeah,
they-
but the thing is the players can argue the opposite way of they are making millions when they sell tickets, when they put us in bowl games, when they, use our image and likeness on promoting games and all of that. They don't pay them to use their image.
Right.
They don't pay them
Yeah,
when
but
they
isn't
put them
that
on
the
a
networks that
commercial.
do that?
Say that again.
I said, isn't that networks and stuff, not the NCAA?
Well, yes and no, because the NCAA has contracts with these networks to program promote.
For the programming, but it doesn't mean that they have to put it on the screen of a player's name or anything. That's the networks doing that.
That's true.
Yeah, but it's they're being given the right by the NCAA to do it because these athletes have to essentially either you give them the right to do it or you don't play college football or whatever sport it may be.
Well, it's
Why?
like on
The name on the front, not the name on the back.
exactly. But
You
like
could
on,
get rid of all those spoiled brats.
like on
You
Saturday,
still have good quality football
I mean,
or
the player,
basketball.
like Jackson Dart can cut a deal with whoever he wants, as we could see. But CBS is not going to be talking about that on Saturday afternoon.
I think it needs to go back to an age thing.
in age.
Yep, you got to be X amount of years old.
Jackson Dart's old, man. He's like, well, college wise, he's 21. He's up there, I think.
I mean, that's not old college wise. You talking about that one quarterback last year that was fucking 26 years old? He had been fucking in college for 8 years.
You sure that wasn't Skylar Thompson?
I'm sure it was fucking Skyler, but there was another one.
He's 20. Jackson
Dart. He got fucking I forgot what it was. He was everybody was saying he was overweight and whatever. It was an overweight guy he was just a big guy, and he played fucking 8 years, and nobody could figure out why. And there were a lot of people who were upset with the eligibility rules for gaining additional years of eligibility because this guy, for whatever fucking reason, he got approved every fucking time he asked, and everybody else was getting freaking denied. And this guy found a way to play 8 fucking years in college football.
I like it.
I can't remember his name, but I was like, damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, I get the COVID thing. You opt out, whatever. That's, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I can understand it. But how did this guy, even before COVID, he got 2 years of extra eligibility even before COVID? And it wasn't red shirt or injury or any of that. It was, oh my God, what was it? I don't remember now. I have to fucking bring that up on the next show. Because I remember there's a shit ton of people throwing a fit in that in the media about that. That the dude was fucking 27 years old, 26 or 20. He was 26, gonna be 27 before the start of the NFL season. The dude had fucking 8 years of eligibility.
Oh, the guy from Oklahoma State, I think.
I don't remember. I just remember everybody throwing a fucking fit about it.
The quarterback?
Yeah, it was a quarterback
Yeah,
who
he was from Oklahoma
before
State.
COVID, even before COVID, he was approved 2 years of additional eligibility without redshirting and without an injury exemption. And
Yeah,
nobody could fucking explain. Yeah, you remember now. Yeah.
he played in the NFL for a couple years. I can't remember
Did
his
he?
name. Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, he was old. He was like old as shit when he got drafted, but he played as a backup, for a year or two. I'm pretty sure he went to Oklahoma State, and we'll figure out his name.
Yeah. Anyway, the whole point was, I think the college system is so fucked up that, just like we talked about the other night with Deion Sanders and his son and the whole Travis Hunter thing. I think I talked to, who's that? Oh, I was talking to Big Philly privately about that. And it's almost like, again, here's another situation where, essentially Deion Sanders says that his son is going to pull Eli Manning. Well, you know what? If that's the fucking case, whoever fucking drafts you, they shouldn't trade your ass, and they should make you fucking sit your fucking 4 years. And if I was the GM, I'd put a fucking 5th-year option on your ass and pay you or extend the contract just so I don't have to fucking pay you when you sit out again. Because
I think it needs to be worse than that.
I saw a picture.
What do you mean by that? Hold on, let Green Rat go. Hold on, okay. You think it should be worse?
I think automatically, if they come out and say something like that, or inform them that they're not going to play on your team, I think you'd lose a year of eligibility, and the team gets to draft somebody else.
But the thing is how would you know that if somebody doesn't do it until after the draft?
Well, if they do it after the draft, then it's 2 years.
Ugh.
Well,
But I would rather, because if you draft them as first or second round, it's a 4-year contract. So,
all right, we'll cut them off for fucking 4 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At least 4 years, because and maybe even if the team wants to say, yeah, we would have exercised his 5th-year option, well, then they should let him fucking make him sit out a 5th year too.
And if he won't sign, then he fucking gets minimum contract, like $100,000, and he can just fucking stew on that for a while. I don't like it at all.
I don't either. I think it's gotten to this point where, because then Big Philly was telling me not only did Deion say that about Shador, but he said that there's also a possibility that Travis Hunter would do the same thing. And I'm like, here's the ironic part, though, and I'll put this out there publicly. I did say it privately. It's funny that Deion Sanders, when Le'Veon Bell sat out that year instead of signing his franchise tag, Deion Sanders called fucking Le'Veon Bell an idiot. But you're going to do the same thing. You're going to give the same advice you said publicly was stupid, but you're going to give that advice to your son and Travis Hunter.
But isn't it kind of apples to oranges there?
Idiot. So then who's the idiot, though?
Well, to me, that's apples to oranges, because Bell's already served his first contract.
No. And I understand that aspect, but what I'm saying, his argument was, why would you not sign the contract even – okay, so we brought up the clip while we were talking about it. The clip says you need to go in there and get your money whether you're going to play or not. So again, I think it is apples to apples. Yes. Are the situations completely similar? No. but it is apples to apples in the sense that if you're not going to play or you don't want to play for that team, show up, get your money, do the bare minimum, but you don't have to go out there and destroy your body, which was what the argument that Le'Veon Bell was making against Pittsburgh, running him into the ground. Well, if that's the argument, why can't your son to go to that team, do the bare minimum, and if they get frustrated with him because he's making his money, but he's not giving full effort, then they're going to be willing to trade him to get rid of his ass to somebody maybe he wants to play for.
Yo, breaking news on Shador Sanders. He got a new Cybertruck. That's a picture of it.
That's fucking ugly.
He just got that recently, I think over the weekend, maybe.
Yeah, there you go. Look, listen, hey, it is ugly as fuck, but I'll tell you this. You watch Joe Rogan podcast, and Joe Rogan, he was like, he when he had Elon on, he was like, hey, can I, because Elon Musk, that truck is fucking nearly bulletproof. And he was like, can I go shoot a fucking compound bow at it? This shit fucking flies like 450 freaking feet a second. And he shot that bitch with a compound bow dead in the middle of the door. And that shit didn't even cause a dent. It had a little fucking tiny little scratch. Didn't cause a fucking dent at all. Then they were throwing fucking 8-pound lead balls at the fucking window. And it took them 16 times of throwing a fucking 8-pound lead ball at the window before it finally broke. That motherfucker is strong as shit. Ugly as fuck.
It's probably what he probably needs it, because if he pulls this fucking fairy ass bullshit and doesn't play for the team, the fucking fans are gonna fucking light him up.
Yeah, well, maybe that's why his daddy bought him.
And he can't claim any damages, can he?
Yeah, well, there you go. Maybe that's why his daddy bought him it. There you go.
Right. Don't play.
Fucking pansy ass.
I mean, look, hey, I love Elon, smart as fuck. Look, if you can make that bitch look better, people would be more interested. Look, that's a monstrosity. I'm just saying. It's ugly. It's a great car.
Green Rat, you know you like that. I mean, what the hell's on the backside? What's in the back?
It's a truck. It's a truck. So that the back of it at the top, it rolls up almost like a Corvette, you know, like
Hey, don't downplay a Corvette with that piece of shit.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up. It's not about style. It's not about the style. I'm saying the idea of like a hard top where it'll come out or come up and it exposes the truck bed for you.
Jesus Christ! Think
again
before you ask.
We're just fucking saying that again. So anyway, are you gonna keep that up all night, Bleezy? Anyway, so
I've never really looked at the backside of one of those.
The Cybertrucks are fucking ugly as shit, bro. Now, functionally, great. Visually, fucking shit. I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah.
Go look at, see, and this is where I don't understand with Elon. If you guys go look at, he has a performance car, okay? This shit goes 0 to 60 in 1.6 seconds. It's called the Plaid 1. And now they're coming out with the Plaid 2, which comes out even fucking faster. That car looks nice. What in the fuck did you do with the Cybertruck? Did you just go, hey, let's make this fucker as ugly as we possibly can, but fucking functional as shit? I don't know. Because that shit's ugly.
I'd like to see the inside of it.
Google it. They got plenty of shit. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up the sports car that he's been talking about him, and Joe Rogan has one of them too. He doesn't have a Cybertruck, but he's got the hold on, what is it? The Tesla Plaid 1, and I think it's the 2 now. They have the 2, the upgraded version of it now, but it's their fucking sports car. It's what is it? The Tesla Roadster Plaid 1. Look at this bitch. Are you gonna let me download the picture, bastards, or no? No. There you go. Finally, let me download it. All right, let me put this up.
Green Red. When are you gonna
Right here.
upgrade
Hold
that
on.
Corvette?
So again, you're telling me, look at that badass bitch, okay? That shit looks nice, but then you gonna build that fucking ugly bullshit. I mean,
Like you say,
come on.
The car on the front's not bad, but it's ugly in the fucking back, though.
That right there.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen the back part, but yeah, I mean, it looks nice.
Even
But
the back window back doesn't look good.
Say it again now.
Said even the back window doesn't look very good in the car.
Is that the one that goes 0 to 60 in 1.9?
Or is that a convertible with a roll bar?
Let me get the back of this bitch. Hold on.
Hey, you said it goes 0 to 60 in 1 point what?
1.6, I think it said. Go, man. You guys got to go check out the fucking Elon Musk thing with him and Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan has one of these. It's called like the boost mode or something, and it optimally, you put your fucking foot on the gas and you put it into that mode, and it automatically what did he say? It the RPMs and shit come out like the computer fucking puts the RPM like perfectly and shit. And yeah, it's crazy, dude. Hold on.
I'll tell you what, I was at a red light one time just chilling, and there was a brand new Tesla pulled up right beside me, and I was checking it out, and I was on 41 3-lane highway. There's nobody in front of me, and I'm sitting there looking at them, and I couldn't even see it. The windows were tinted.
Yeah, it says right here 0 to 60. Actually, the new one, the Tesla Roadster Plaid 2, it goes 0 to 60 in under a second.
Jesus. And so anyway, this guy was beside me in a Tesla, and he basically floored it. I've never seen a car move that fast on the street. That fucking car got up and went so fucking fast. My fucking jaw dropped, dude. I've never seen a car.
So what's the quarter mile time then?
I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if they give that.
I've never seen a car move that fast. It was amazing how quick and just off the jump, how fast that car was going. I was like, you've got to be shitting me, man.
So it says the new Tesla Roadster was unveiled as a concept in November 2017. It included a 60-mile-per-hour time of 1.6 seconds, a top speed of more than 250. Now, this is the original one. This is not the upgraded version, but the original, it's quarter-mile time of 8.8 seconds.
Yeah.
8.8 seconds. That's fucking nuts.
What's a Corvette?
I don't know. It depends on which one it is, but it's somewhere around there, I think. It just depends on which version you go for. I mean, they got supercharged ones that run pretty good.
Right now, the 2023 Chevy Corvette quarter mile is 11.2.
Gee.
I don't think that's right because I think mine's almost that. And mine's a base.
I could take the fucking picture. This is on fucking Google.
You might be going with the base model. You got to go. There's probably different engine options.
So what should I do? Corvette.
I have no fucking idea. Probably Z06 something.
So let's go fastest quarter mile. So it said with an extreme turbo system, the quarter mile for the fastest Corvette is 8.94 seconds with a top speed of 170 miles per hour in the quarter mile, where the Tesla reached 250 and did it in 8.8.
That's not possible. The 200 and some must be the top end of the car, not the top end of the quarter mile.
Well, you said 8.9, right? It says 8.9.
We're talking 10 seconds.
But the thing, but you're talking about souped up with
then you're saying how many more miles per hour? Think about that for a second.
I don't know. All I'm saying is this says with the fastest recorded Corvette time with an extreme turbo systems unit is once claiming the world record for a C8 Corvette Stingray in the quarter mile at 8.94.
Right.
So that's with fucking turbo and everything else.
Be quiet for a second and listen to what I'm telling you. You said it was 170 some miles per hour for 8 seconds and close somewhere between 8 to 9 seconds.
Yeah.
And you said 250 miles per hour on another one that was 8 seconds plus.
No,
look at the mile per hour, and that can't be right. I would imagine it probably ran 180, maybe 190.
I don't. When I go back and read it, it doesn't specify in the quarter mile the top speed, whereas the other one does. It says for the Roadster, and this is the original Roadster, a top speed of more than 250. So it doesn't say during the quarter mile. It says and a quarter mile time of just 8.8 seconds.
Because my 400 horsepower C6 I have I've had it at 180 and it had a little more to go. So, so that's what I was just saying. Top end speed in the quarter mile. That was top end speed. Overall.
Overall, yeah.
What up, boys?
What's up, Irv?
What is going on, Spidey?
Yo, what's up, Jets fan?
What do you think about
who? I don't know who you're talking about.
Look at the nice looking Roadster, Tesla Roadster, and then Shador with this fucking ugly ass Cybertruck.
Oh wow. That shit looks like a DeLorean, but like SUV version.
But the thing is, hey, Joe Rogan done shot a fucking compound bow at it at 450 fucking feet a second, and that bitch didn't even dent that Cybertruck. It barely even scratched the paint. And Green Rat said Shador might need that after he refuses to play for a team. The fans are gonna fucking try to kill his ass.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
What's up, Jets fan?
But no, we were just talking, man. We fucking plunged in viewers because we went on the Tesla track, by the way. But
I'm chilling, bro. I don't know who you're talking about, Green Rat. You must have me confused with somebody. Maybe Alex Diaz, you got to confuse with being a Jets fan, but not me.
Or Colin,
saw it.
even though Colin was wearing a green shirt the other night.
Yep, maybe,
Right.
maybe.
He said it was the Hulk. He said it was the Hulk.
I mean, I'm not the one with green in my name, so you know.
Damn. Oh shit.
It's for the
And
green.
green rat at that. Green rat kind of sounds like fucking Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
I told him
That's because you guys
to
aren't car guys.
Aqua Rat.
I tried
Aqua
Orange Rat, but it just didn't work good.
He said it didn't. It didn't have the same.
I mean, if the shoe fits, I mean, you're a Jets fan, so if the shoe fits, hey.
Hey, it's not my fault that you are the one and only, the Green Goblin of
Who?
the Jets fans.
I think I'm.
Oh, the Green Goblin. Damn,
you
he's
see the
going. What
Abby?
is it, DC or Marvel?
That's Marvel. And that's like Spider-Man's arch nemesis.
Green
Next to
Goblin.
Doc Ock
Okay,
and
because I don't know
Venom.
nothing about that.
Yeah.
Because
But
I'm not a fucking child.
hey, listen. You see the Abby Green Rat? Do I look like the Green Goblin?
Hold on.
Oh, crickets, right? Crickets. That's all I hear.
Oh, he's the evil Spider-Man. He's the black one. He's not the
He's a
Yeah,
Hulk.
isn't that Venom or what? No, it's not called Venom. That's
it
another
is the
person.
symbiote suit, but this is actually the cloth version. This is not the alien that he wears. Because if you
Do
look
I
at the
need
webbing,
to send Bleezy a
Yeah, but
picture of
isn't,
your
isn't it when he
Brit-
wears the black
outfit?
thing like he goes evil or
Yes.
whatever? He goes like
Yes.
evil
Yes.
or bad or whatever.
Yep. He gets like
Okay,
dark.
okay.
But this one is a
Yeah,
cloth
because I
version.
know
This is
that
just wearing a cloth costume.
my stepson loves Batman and Spider-Man and all that, and he tries to talk to me about it, and I'm like, I don't know none of this shit. He's like, well, when he goes black, he goes evil. And when Batman, he's a vigilante justice guy, and I'm like, man, I don't got time for this bullshit.
Yeah, I used to read a lot of comic books when I was a kid. So
Oh, I did too, dude. I love comic. Did I ever tell y'all that I met Adam West? I used to have an autograph.
Adam West.
I used to
the
have
mayor.
an autograph. I met him in Memphis. He was signing autographs down at like the Coliseum or something. And they had the Batmobile and everything down there. And he was giving out pictures and signing autographs. And I used to have one, man. I wish I still
Hey,
had it.
Bleezy said that he let Adam West give him a reach around for that autograph.
That was a big deal, dude. Adam West.
Gee Willikers, zippity doo dah, Batman.
Jolly G Willikers.
Adam
Was it? Did he let Robin give him the reach around? Which one?
More like Robin.
Adam
I
West.
heard Robin is the one that liked
So
it.
Bleezy, I sent you an actual picture of Irving's real avatar.
Hey, like fucking Robin always wearing them short shorts and shit.
Dude, I think it's you that has the issue with it because you're the one that brings it up. Dude, who's looking at Robin in short fucking
See,
shorts?
I got this one too. I gotta be the Spidey of the Dolphin community, you know?
All right, Green Rat.
So
This
what's going
is-
on, boys? Draft date. The draft is less than a month
Yeah,
away.
we're waiting on the draft, man. Spidey, do you have a lean right now? Which way you leaning with that first pick?
Johnny Newton. That's my
Okay.
guy.
Okay.
If he's not there, Fotnu if he drops, but nah, I'm all in on Johnny Newton.
I did a short on him on our channel. He's a beast.
I forgot what game it was. It was like his best tape. I think it was Wisconsin, and he was absolutely killing them.
His coach said he's the best defensive lineman that he's ever coached.
Yep.
His college coach said that about him.
I'm telling you, we're taking the kicker from Missouri.
We probably
maybe in the 7th round. But all I will say is Newton is a guy. He offers more pass rushing upside than Christian Wilkins. He's got like just like Christian Wilkins, he has like an explosive first step. But he has very violent hands. He's more powerful at the point of attack. He'll knock your ass back. Like he'll like take a offensive lineman and just sideswipe him, bro. Like he just moves guys like nothing. Like they were just like act like toys. And he is by himself. He'll wreck a pocket, and you can put him all over the defensive line. You put him at 0, 1 technique. You can put 3, 5. He fits whatever scheme you want, and he's highly athletic. Relentless motor. Like he never stops, never runs cold. And he's like, you know how Christian Wilkins is he's the guy that likes to. He's very playful and he likes to like horse around and stuff like that. No, but this guy's the opposite. He's mean. He's violent. He wants to eat your heart out. He wants to take it out of your chest and eat it. Like that's the type of nastiness that. And he's an upgrade, bro. Like for me, I think he's just as good as a run stuffer as Christian Wilkins, but this guy's a way better pass rush. And to me, he reminds me like a Aaron Donald in a way. Because he's 6'1", but he's bigger. He's like 295 pounds, I think it's 97 pounds. So that's my pick. And you put a guy next to Sealer, you let him cook, bro. I mean, you saw how good Christian Wilkins and Zach Sealer were together. And I think if I think if Jirzar Newton is there, you take him to. I mean, you just run the card up to the podium.
Oh, yeah.
I think. Yeah, my other choices, if he's not there, whatever. Of course, Wonga or Fatnu if he drops. Brian Thomas, I like Brian Thomas.
Hey, what do you think about? What do you think about?
Oh, and Laiatu Latu, there's the other one.
Mims.
Oh, Amarius Mims, nah, too raw. I love his tape. He is crazy athletic. He ran a 5.0740, and he ran like a 1.85 like 10-second split. The guy he can move. The only thing is his experience. He only started like 8 games.
Well, true. That's what I'm saying.
Injury history too. Yeah.
He has injury. See, I didn't know that. I saw him run that 40. I was like, damn. He was 6'8", 340, and he was blazing.
I think he's like 6'6", 6'7", like 330 some pounds. He's huge. Like he's a big guy with the way he can move.
Yeah, bro.
People compared him to like Armstead.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like a bigger Armstead.
But you're saying we should have better options.
Yeah. I think that's too rich for him. Mm-hmm. I don't know why people are. I don't know. Some people are kind of like overhyping him a little bit. He's like an Austin Jackson for me. Like he has the traits, but it's gonna take some time to develop them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. But the question is, Irvin, I love you, but if everybody want to argue about Tua having one good year, Austin Jackson only had one good year. Uh-oh.
That's fair. That's fair. But Austin Jackson, he was primed for a big year in 2022 because the way he was like, Ennis has been here, and
so
he's seen him.
So was Tua until the concussions.
I know that, and he was broke.
Okay.
In camp,
Austin Jackson's first year wasn't bad.
Yes, it was. It was fucking terrible.
It wasn't bad.
He's correct. He's correct because in the first, I think 6 or 7 games, like the first half of the season, he was good. And then he got hurt, and he wasn't the same after that Denver game.
That was not his rookie year. Stop that. His rookie year, he played nearly the entire year, and he struggled with panicking and holding. He took false steps. Every time he took a false step, he freaked the fuck out, thinking he was going to get beat.
We never said he played great. We said he played good.
No, but that wasn't that. What you're talking about happened in the second half of the season because Bradley Chubb destroyed Austin Jackson and his confidence. And Austin Jackson after that game was never the same. And you're right about that. But in the first half of the season, he actually was pretty solid in his rookie season. First half. And then, but Austin Jackson, like when Mike McDaniel came into the building and they brought in Frank Smith and all that stuff, yeah, actually his camp was really good, bro. He was actually making strides in camp. And you know, in the Patriots game, bro, the first quarter he played really well. He only played like 10 snaps, but after the injury, he was never the same. Like he only played 2 games that season. And
But you also have to remember, though, that was with that fucking Jacquez clown. Jacquez, remember? Mike McDaniel's first year, it was Jacquez, remember? And then the second year, and then the second year, he hired that out of college.
Oh, you remember the Jean-Pierre?
He's not saying it correctly.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I think that's what's confusing Irving.
Sorry.
Hey, get it correct next time, bitch.
Well, I mean, fucking next time, be a better fucking coach so I remember your fucking name.
That's a pretty good comeback there. I'll give you that one.
He's still on the coaching staff. He's still on the coaching
staff.
Yeah,
I know, but now he's the assistant. And again, they fucking hired a college first time. Hold on, a college offensive lineman or offensive line coach. The first time that he ever fucking coached in the NFL, and they made him a backup to that guy. How fucking bad of a fucking thing is that?
CT, hold on. Before you go off the rails, listen. That is not Brian Flores. Listen, that is not Lemuel Jean-Pierre's fault that he was made offensive line coach when he had no prior experience, because Brian Flores was such a ding-dong when it came to offense. So, again,
I think
I don't
it
blame
is.
him, and he still kept him.
I think it is because in this sentiment, and look, I'll be fair. I won't just trash the guy, right? I do agree. The experience issue is a problem. But at the same time, if you know you lack experience, why are you even applying for a fucking offensive line coach job?
Well, I mean, like I said, Brian Flores, dude. I mean, bro.
The guy's made it at least three years with us.
Bro, Brian Flores in his coaching career went through like 3 different offensive line coaches, like 3 or 4. Bro, he didn't know what the hell he was doing on offense at times.
But he fucking went through fucking 4 offensive coordinators, and one only lasted 2 fucking days.
That's true.
One only
the
lasted
offensive line
2
coach.
days.
The offensive line coach didn't last.
And the worst part is then Jim Caldwell said he had some health and family issues, but then within 2 months, he signed with a whole nother fucking team.
Hey, what's up, Todd?
Oh shit! What's going on, Todd?
What's up, Todd? Long time no speak.
Hey, it's sad. A legend died today because of the fact of him walking out at halftime on Buffalo made him a legend in my book.
Yeah. Well, we said, prayer to him and his family, and we haven't gotten a lot of the details, but
it doesn't really even matter. Regardless, it's going to be sad.
It is, but I think that, and I brought this up, and again, I'm not putting any misinformation out there. I'm just saying there always is a possibility, given at least the initial information, if it is by suicide, it's a CTE issue, and you know, to be in the backyard of your grandmother's house, no foul play, quote unquote, by the police,
right?
Is that indicative of maybe a mental health issue regarding CTE?
But to be honest with you, it might not even be CTE because utmost respect for him. But he's still acting real young and immature, even in his older days.
And I can agree with that, but you don't know.
No, and that's
You
why I
don't
said I don't know, but that's why I'm saying it could be either. You know what I mean? It could just be mental health issues.
Yeah. Well, hey, we'll see what his family does. Maybe, again, Junior Seau and all them, maybe they donate his brain and maybe we'll get some fucking answers. But either way, like you said, it is sad. We drafted him and Sean Smith in the same draft, hoping that they would be the reincarnation of Sam Madison and Patrick Surtain. And he played well for us. He played well. Did he ever live up to expectations? No. But
hey, he still made a Pro Bowl with the Colts, which you got to give him props on. And then Sean Smith had a good career in Kansas City, so they both played pretty well if you look at it.
And I agree. I just said they played.
Sean Smith. My bad. I was thinking about Sean Taylor.
No, I agree, and that's why I said I think they played well, but they never played up to the expectations. And it's kind of that situation where, they go on and they play better. And like I said earlier in the show, shout out to VONTAE. He played 8 years in the NFL. Most people never get that long in the NFL.
Actually, from what I heard, he retired on his 10th.
Right. Say it again. Sorry.
I thought he retired on his 10th year, but it might be 8. I don't know.
It was 8 years in one game, and the one game was when he walked off at halftime with the Colts.
No, with Buffalo.
Or Buffalo, sorry, not the Colts. Buffalo, sorry. But yeah, it was 8 years in one game. And again, obviously at 8 years, that's a significant amount of time in the NFL. And obviously the guy had talent. He did produce. And like I said, though, I think that it was unfair to him and Sean Smith when Dolphins fans had the expectation that they'd beat Patrick Surtain and Sam Madison. And they never lived up to that expectation, but it doesn't mean they didn't have good NFL careers. And, especially VONTAE Davis, I'm not trying to spend time on Sean Smith, which he deserves it. But, again, it's a tragedy. The guy's 35 years old. He's fucking younger than me. And, yeah, sometimes that's crazy, man, to think about.
That Hard Knocks was a joke when VONTAE was on there. Between trading VONTAE, that's something you'd rather keep in-house without Hard Knocks. But for them trading VONTAE, then you had the Ocho Cinco situation. Man, that coach was a joke. He didn't even have a shot with that guy as a head coach.
I agree.
Yeah, but rest in peace.
Anyway, on a lighter note, let's not talk about death and destruction, but what do you guys think of? We've been talking a lot about now that the Draftniks have done a lot of research, they've been ground in, they changed their mind 10 fucking times. Now the consensus seems to be that they're expecting 5 quarterbacks to be taken in the first round, up to 10 offensive linemen, and up to 8 cornerbacks taken in the first round. What do you guys think of that?
Hold up. I don't even see that adding up because you got to remember there's going to be at least 4 receivers taken in that first round too.
Well, if you know that 10, 8, and 5 is 23. So that leaves
I don't see 8 corners because then you got edge players who are going to be top. Then you got a couple safety or maybe 2 safeties that are looking good in the top. Then, man, it's going to be.
Point is somebody's falling. You're leading into my point.
Yeah.
Todd, what do you want? Todd, what are you looking? What are you leaning towards?
I am. You already know what I'm thinking about doing. So I'm still. If there's enough talent on the board where you have 4 guys that you could choose from, I'm trading down a couple.
Okay, and then what are you picking?
It depends, out of edge or defensive tackle in that first round.
Hey, hold on real quick. My bad, Bleezy. Hey, we're having a major thunderstorm here, so if you guys can hear it, let me know, and I'll mute myself.
We don't hear shit.
You're good.
All right, that's good. Nah, it's thundering and lightning like a motherfucker up here. I feel like I'm almost
before I came on was
stay safe.
The only thing I heard when I came on though was CT finally admitting he's sorry.
Oh,
He's a sorry ass person when it comes to Dolphin talk. No, I'm kidding.
Ooh. Shots
Not
fired.
kidding.
No, I know. No, we're good. But go ahead. No, I just wanted to point that out. If it's interrupting,
I'm going DT.
Nah, you're good, CT.
I'm going DT or edge, whichever in that first round.
You going DT or edge? Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, that's what I've been thinking too. But now I'm thinking OT. I'm thinking OT.
Yeah, but who would you go OT?
Stop that. You were fucking talking earlier in the show. You were going Jackson Powers because you fucking thought if he was going to slide that way.
Me know the JPJ. Nope.
Hey, did you hear about him?
He is a huge Dolphin fan.
Yeah,
No,
he's dropping. He's dropping, but
you
why?
know why he's dropping?
That's what I wanted to know.
Multiple bad. He makes our center from last year look great at snapping.
Oof.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, but why was that
remember
not brought up though? Why is that just now being brought up?
Yeah, but you got to remember, guys. Jackson Powers Johnson. I think he only spent 1 year at center.
Yeah, he was
in Oregon, so
he's
pretty new. Yeah, he played more right guard. Yeah, true.
But that's something that you just brought up right there, though, Irvin, and I brought it up earlier in the show. If the sentiment is you can, and I'm going to butcher another name, so fucking don't mind me, the Fontalulu guy, the guard / tackle.
Fontenay, you mean?
Fontenay.
The one everybody was talking about, you could play him at left guard, and then when Armstead leaves left tackle,
Troy Fontenay. Fontenay. He can play guard, but he can move out to tackle when Armstead retires.
I heard somebody call him Fontalulu. So anyway,
that's probably you, because you butchered fucking Lamar Jean-Pierre's name.
And, I watch very limited other shows, and it's probably Kelly, to be honest with you. But anyway, if that concept holds true, though, why couldn't you draft a JPJ, play him at right guard, where again, bring up that. Hold on, let me bring it up again for Bleezy. Hold on.
Yeah, but nobody's drafted him in the first round.
No. But right here.
Yeah.
So think about this.
Oof.
This is our fucking starting offensive line going into this year.
All right, hey, CT, can I add something real quick before we go further into it?
Yeah, go for it.
There's a reason why I don't think we're getting him in the first round. And that's because depending on the draft, and I think there's a lot of good guards that you can get in the second round because it's deep. But at the same time, we have 2 starting guards and 1 part-time starter on hold in case that we've talked to that we have on hold after the draft in case we don't get what we want.
Now, okay, and I addressed that. I addressed that earlier. The thing is number one, we have no names on who they are. That's number one, and then number two, just like I brought up earlier, we don't know how the draft falls, but almost in the same situation as the OBJ. So, say you don't get the 3rd wide receiver, say you don't get a guard in the draft. Who's to say that that person is still going to be waiting there for your offer?
I understand, but I'm telling you, he is not going to draft an interior lineman in the first round.
We'll see, because he can't draft shit no matter fucking inside or outside. The only one he fucking hit on was Robert Hunt, and he got fucking overpaid like a motherfucker. So
I gotta give him a
Hey,
little bit
what's
of
up,
props.
fellas?
I gotta
Saw
give him a
y'all
little
late.
bit of props. A little bit of props on Laramie Tunsil too.
no, see, that's again for me. That's a Waddle pick or a Jalen Phillips pick where you got an elite guy who fucking fell because of and obviously Tunsil's case, the fucking gas mask, weed
All
smoking,
right, but
or Jalen
leave
Phillips in the injury department.
leave Waddle.
Fucking hits that are expected.
Hey, leave Waddle out of it though, because he had to trade back up to get Waddle. We traded down and then we traded back up in that
Yeah,
draft.
and that does. I don't give a fuck about trade down, trade up.
What's up,
I'm talking about at the talent, at the fucking pick. If you fuck up a 6 round or a number 6 pick, a la you fucked up a number 2 pick with what was it, Deion Jordan, and then you fucked up with the pick of Charles Harris. So again, no, I expect that at a fucking certain pick, especially in the top 20, that you're going to pick a starter. Period.
Hey, bottom line, I don't see them drafting a guard.
Kiss my ass, see Nolas, whatever your name is.
I don't see them draft.
Come up here and get you some, son.
Let's go,
Come get
baby.
you-
You want to talk
come
all
get
that
you-
shit?
Drop that,
Jump
drop
on
that
the
link.
channel.
Drop that
Drop that
link.
link,
For all
baby.
y'all's on Twitter and Twitch and all that.
He's
Come
coming
get
from
you
Twitch.
some. Come get
He's
you
on
some.
Twitch.
I didn't know you guys were on Twitch. That's cool.
Yeah, we're on Twitch.
I'm
Nice.
fucking
Yes,
all of them,
sir.
bro. Hey, and don't forget, hey, hold on. The 153 of you guys watching, the 153 of you guys watching, don't forget, come on over to YouTube, smash that like button, hit the subscribe, hit that waddle on that notification bell. We're here every fucking Monday night, 8:30, and we do impromptu shows throughout the week. And if any of y'all want some, come get
Let's
some.
go. Let's go, baby. Come and
get
debate.
some.
Come and debate. That link is free. Click. You're
We're here
welcome.
for
Come
you.
on. Yep.
He's probably a sorry ass New England fan.
We'll go all night. Colin, tell them about it, Colin. Hey, Colin, don't say the name of the app, but how about that app I put you on?
Shout out to Bleezy, man. He's the
Hey, Colin. All I know is
No, we gotta let Green Rat get at it. Green Rat's the fucking NBC official shit talker. We need to fucking let Green Rat get at these bitches. Get him, Green Rat.
Get him, Green Rat.
Oh man.
Green Rat said, "I ain't even wasting my fucking time on a bunch of nobodies."
He's like, Green Rat's like, I'm not wasting a breath on this bitch.
I wasn't looking at the screen, guys. So I don't know really what's going on.
There's some guy. He said, "Fuck the Finns, y'all a bunch of bitches."
You know, that's not very nice.
He's a newcomer from Twitch.
It's not our fault that it's not our fault that he likes Josh Allen.
Oh wait, he might be a fucking Bills fan. Oh wait, we got something for him though. Hey, if you're a Bills fan, my brother, this is for you.
Uh-oh.
Crying, whining little baby bitch, acting out like an adolescent girl who whines on Twitter. Hey, buck up, grow the fuck up, you crying, whining little baby bitch.
Damn.
Oh man, they can talk shit. Come on the fucking panel and let's go.
They love us over on Twitch. We're blowing up on
Yeah,
Twitch.
like I said, we appreciate everybody watching, even the fucking haters. Smash the like button, hit the sub, and come get you some if you think you man enough. Let's go.
So
appreciate the views.
Yeah. Colin.
Appreciate
Yes, sir.
And that tells me that his team's shitty enough that he's watching a Dolphins podcast because his team sucks that fucking bad.
I don't even get his name.
Come on, sir. Look at the. Hey, if he's a Bills fan, look at their YouTubers. They all are garbage, anyways.
Anyway, all right, go ahead. Let's get back to football. I ain't wasting my time on fucking idiots. Go ahead.
Colin, don't say the name of the app, but did I set you off on that app or what?
Yeah, bro, you put me onto that, man. I was shocked. I didn't expect the outcome. You know, I didn't expect the hype.
Yeah,
Didn't believe the hype. But
don't
yeah,
say
man,
it. Don't say it on air. Don't say it on air.
For sure, man. But hey, Bleezy's that guy, bro. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah. I said Colin.
Hey, it's called onemanandoneHand.com. That's
No, it's not. Colin will vouch for that. But going on, let's talk about some Dolphins.
What's all that noise?
The only thing that's CT.
Who's scratching around?
That's not me. I ain't scratching. Nah, I ain't scratching. That must be Colin.
Who's scratching?
No, it's not me because I muted myself and it was still happening.
All right, hold on. Let me mute myself. See if it's me.
It's gone now.
Yeah, it's him.
It's gone.
It's CT.
No, it was
Yeah, I
wrong
don't
with
fucking
CT.
told you guys it was storming like a motherfucker over here.
That's probably what it is. Yeah, that's what I understand.
It's storming like a bitch.
Bro,
All right,
I mean,
Bleezy,
like,
you asked me what would you do with the draft?
so hard. It's pouring so hard, I have to put the fucking speaker to my ear just to hear you fuckers.
Oh, I know what that's like, bro. I hate that.
Hey, Bleezy, you asked me what would you do in the first pick of our draft?
You probably need a hearing aid in
what
your old
would I
age
do?
already.
I mean, it depends
You
on
know what? No. You know what? Fuck Spud. You know what? Spuddy could take his ass somewhere else. How about that?
Hey, Todd,
Fucking now then I don't have to hear nothing. But
Todd,
nah, I'm just fucking with you.
It depends on who would be available, but I would probably go offensive tackle. I would probably go offensive tackle with that first pick right now.
The problem is, I think all the tackles are going to be gone early that are worth it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay. If not, I would go the best defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Fucking what's his name on the left side?
Noonan.
He's not gonna be around for fucking
Armstead.
He ain't gonna be around for much longer, man.
But I do like Ennis's take, though. Hold on. I do like Ennis's take that, and we talked about it. If the names drop, with the quarterbacks, cornerbacks, and O-line being a major, we never know how it's going to fall per se. But if there's an edge guy there, I'm absolutely taking the edge, and you can move the fuck on from Chubb and save that $38.4 million.
Chop Robinson is going to be a beast. That man is just as athletic as Parsons. And I was looking at their tape. He's just as athletic as Parsons. He's 20 pounds heavier.
Yeah, and Jared Verse is good too, bro. Like, hey.
Yeah, and so is the guy from UCLA, which I'm not going to butcher his name.
Oh, Lotson's probably the better pass rusher out of all of them. He's the most polished. Verse is just traits. Verse and guys like, Chop Robinson are the traits.
Yeah, but Chop is going to be a beast, I think.
Oh, yeah.
All these guys are good players, man. At 21.
Don't say that. All that fucking Noah still sucks dick.
Hey, and don't forget, there's going to be at least one tight end taken in the first round with Bowers.
Yeah, I think Bowers is going to the Jets.
Don't say that.
I agree with that. I agree with Spidey. I think Bowers or that guy Ricky Pearsall is going to the Jets.
Pearsall is going to be like a third, fourth round type.
Yeah, but
third round.
Jets
maybe. Third round.
No, he's going to be quarterback that can stay healthy.
What'd you say, CT?
I said the Jets need a fucking quarterback that can stay healthy.
That's true. That's why
you don't want to see that. Taylor. You don't want to say that too loud. We got a Jets fan in the building.
I want to fucking say that loud and proud because I'll tell you this. There's no fucking way. Aaron Rodgers his arm was already on the decline. Now his fucking lower body's on the decline. And the lower body translates to the ability of the arm to give enough momentum and force to get the ball there.
And go ahead, CT.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if I recall, they haven't
I'm
changed
just
the
trying to
turf.
mute myself when I'm done talking. See, I don't hear the rain.
Oh, okay.
Raindrops keep falling on
Hey.
my head.
But
Yeah.
if I recall,
But
they haven't
that
changed the
doesn't
turf up there in New York.
They
They
changed
started
what?
turf.
Oh,
They haven't
don't
changed
even
Boy, the
start us.
Jets
We had a
fan
whole
is actually
fucking show.
singing a
a
little
whole
New
fucking
York music.
Aura and all that bullshit. And me and Green Rat went at it. And you know what? I don't give a fuck. Hashtag fuck Omar Kelly and Alan Popar for stealing our fucking show word for word. Omar Kelly, and I'll post it the side by side. We're going to do a show the day after that Green Rat and I busted out the fucking metrics and everything. Literally, Omar Kelly repeated word for word what I said, including the fact that he goes, oh, but I heard that they do mechanical evaluations and this and that. And then Alan Popar gave the exact anti-argument that Green Rat gave me. So you know what? The hashtag fuck Omar, fuck the NFL, fuck YouTube, all the people that go, oh, well, you can't copy the Dolphins. Oh, you're impersonating them. But you let other people steal our fucking ideas and our fucking content, but you don't do shit to them. So you know what? Fuck YouTube. Moving on.
I'm not going down that road again.
I was about to say,
Right.
man, if we're going down,
I
that
like the
road, I'll
logo,
start
by the
driving
way,
car.
guys.
Yeah, that's a transition logo.
Nice.
We got something better coming. But
Oh,
that's
okay. I can't
Well,
wait to see
guys,
it.
Yo,
I'm
that
gonna get out of
transition
here.
logo is gas.
All right,
bro.
Tato.
I
Nice
thought I
seeing you.
was-
Nice
I
hearing
thought I
from
was
you
gonna
again, man.
lie, but that logo is
I just
fire.
did 12 hours and I am tired.
Yeah, bro. Go get some rest, man.
Yeah, man. The old man needs his fucking, he needs his beauty sleep.
Oh, hell
God, you
no.
said you've been working 12 hours?
Yeah, I
No,
did
Todd
12
is just
today.
stressed out because the Gators are about to whoop the
Man,
Hurricanes
I
here in
put
September.
12
if you think
hours.
that,
Hey, I
if you
put
think that,
Right,
12
you're in
Todd?
trouble.
hours in on the wife, Todd. Stop it.
Oh,
I'm just playing,
shit.
Todd. Have a good night.
Damn. Colin, we're gonna whoop your Gators
Have a
next
good
year.
night,
No,
Todd.
that's not true.
Much
This
love.
The
this
Gators are
this
gonna
season
win.
coming up. I mean,
Hey, love you, Todd. I had to get one in on you. You got one in on me when he came in. I had to get one in on you as you went in.
Fuck you. I'll just call your wife, tell her to kick you in the nuts. Have a good
Hey,
night.
that's fine because
let's go. Get him,
she
Todd.
kicked me in the
then,
nuts.
hey,
I'm
then,
like
then
Stu.
again,
I'm
then again,
like
you might be
Stewie
happy because at
Griffin.
least you, hey,
Damn
then
it!
again, you might
Shut
be
up, Todd.
No.
Don't make me pull out the Green Rat clip.
Shut up.
I'm
Can you let me
Stewie Griffin.
finish?
Maybe I like getting my balls stomped on. So fuck you.
Well, I
Thank
was
you
about-
for
I
the
was just about
weekly
to-
reason report.
I was about to
The
say
what?
maybe you might like it because
Yeah.
she's finally touching them, but that's besides the point.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
Have a good night,
Can you
CT.
shut up so I can finish?
Shit.
Yo, this year
That's
is
what
gonna
she
be lit.
said.
Man, just gotta hop off subject real quick because I
I
get to
love
watch
you,
all my
Todd.
friends'
Have a
teams.
good night.
I get to watch all my friends' teams play each other, man. A lot of y'all like Hurricanes. Bleezy likes Ole Miss. Gators play them. They play Hurricanes.
Yeah.
They play
Yeah, and the
South Carolina.
Gamecocks women are whooping that ass. So
Howdy,
fuck all y'all
motherfucker.
bitches.
No,
The Gamecock
I'm
women are
CT.
whooping all y'all asses.
Oh shit.
But yeah, so hey, I'm happy this year because I'll just have to, send y'all some tissues early, especially
Oh,
Bleezy, because Ole Miss
damn.
gonna get that ass whooping, right, Bleezy?
Hey, the only reason that he's got tissues to send is he's got a big bottle of Jergens and a shit ton of tissues. That's why he can send some tissues.
Damn.
He goes to Costco and buys the big packs of tissues.
Hey,
Is it sad tissue or happy tissue?
No, it's a happy tissue, bro. It's the one that you wipe it up and you hope that it doesn't leave a stain when you wipe it off.
After I put him on that app, he's gonna need a lot of tissues up in that count.
Oh shit!
No, condoms, not tissues.
Well, he doesn't know what a condom is because he's from Florida. So He doesn't know what that means.
He thinks you're saying condiment.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
mean
He
took a
said,
prod?
I'm going to bring in some ketchup and mustard. Nah, man. The only condiment that Colin's dealing with is mayo, baby. Let's
No,
go.
only Cool Whip. Only
Shit.
Cool Whip.
Mm.
Only Cool Whip.
Hey, I might have to rescind Green Rat's MDC shit talker and put it on me because, damn, I'm in it tonight. Green Rat, let's get it. Pump it up, baby.
You didn't hear the comment I made with Todd?
Which one? Well, about the reason report. Yeah, I like that one, but damn, you gotta get it. You gotta get it, Colin too.
Yeah.
God, you gotta be
No.
an equal opportunity shit talker.
Unlike you, Colin has his fucking Miami Dolphin card back.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's some bullshit.
My fucking Dolphins card is unrevocable. Sorry.
No, you can't
Can we
use my
welcome-
stuff.
Can we
Amicus, what's
welcome
good,
Amicus
my?
to the building?
What's good, bro?
Oh shit! Hey, the man, the myth, the legend. Hey, love you, Amicus.
up, bro?
Hey, I'm not putting it out there for them, but I'm loving the fucking other channel, bro. Loving it.
Oh, appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
I've been liking and fucking. I haven't gotten in the comments yet, but I'm going to be getting in the comments. But I love it, man. It's a good thing. I love it.
Well, damn, CT, you out here
appreciate it,
showing
man.
people love, man. Bleezy out here showing me love, bro.
Yeah, nah, but he don't want you fucktards on it. So I told you, Green Rat, tonight. My Dolphins card may be suspended, but MDC shit talker, your title has been suspended. I am the fucking MDC shit talker tonight. Let's go.
You're just the one that can't talk.
Amicus, what's
Hey,
up,
who?
bro?
What's up? But hey, how do y'all like my Dolphins logo? How do y'all like that?
You better watch out, man. I might have to remove you. They might fucking say we're impersonating now.
Yeah. Is
Oh,
this
my
in
God.
whole or in part? Is this imitation?
Exactly. Is it in the whole
damn.
part? Well, again, fucking other people are using that same little circle over there that you are in part, but it's all good, right? Anyway, moving on. Moving on, like Colin after he gives himself a circle jerk.
Mm.
That's true.
All right.
Hey,
then.
Green Rat is the one that gave him the reach around, and Amicus gave Josh Allen the reach around. It's a whole circle.
Damn.
Amicus-
Again, the same guy is the
Amicus,
one that
get
keeps talking about the reach arounds.
Amicus, get us on
Must
track
be an
here.
expert.
Can
Must
you
be an
talk
expert.
about something, like
Yeah. Well, it's sad news about VONTAE Davis. Are y'all? VONTAE played what 3 years with y'all?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I think it was 3.5. We traded him right before the trade deadline.
Well, y'all know VONTAE is the one that retired at halftime.
Yes, for y'all
In Buffalo.
bitches.
Yeah.
Yes. But no, in all seriousness, we've addressed it. We don't know the exact circumstances, but it does seem there was no foul play involved. He was found at his grandmother's house. They haven't confirmed whether it was suicide or not, but we did bring it up earlier. It may be interesting to find out if his family does decide to donate his brain to science. I do think that there is the possibility, and I said I don't want to falsely put out narratives, but the CT issue is always out there.
They haven't done. Have they done? He died today. So
Yeah, no, they haven't done an autopsy, and the only thing that we know for fact, and this is by the because remember he died in Southwest Ranches, which is in Davie.
right, I know. I'm from here. I understand.
police said that he was found in his grandmother's backyard. They do not believe that any foul play was involved. They did not identify him until about 4 or 5 hours after they made the discovery, but they did not say any what's the word, primary or there was no cause of death even in a preliminary, not primary, a preliminary cause of death.
Wow.
So we don't know, but we also do know, and Todd brought it up, and it was a great point, that he did have mental health issues even prior to him leaving the Dolphins. So again, it's CTE related. Is it strictly just mental health issue? We don't know, but from what I've read, and again, I'm not putting false narratives out there. I'm just saying, if it later comes out it was suicide or self-inflicted, I really do think that the family needs to consider donating his brain, because it will only help people in the future. And I've done that with a previous child of mine who passed away, whether it's organ donating or whatever. Pass it on, help somebody in the future. And again, I said this earlier, I'm 37, he was 35. The guy had money. You would think that, yes, money does not buy happiness, but it does take away some stresses of life. And I'd be very interested to know the details. But knowing that, again, long story short, VONTAE Davis and Sean Smith were drafted to be the next Sam Madison and Patrick Surtain duo. They were drafted in the same draft.
You mean Sean
Did
Smith?
they ever
Did you
live
say Sean
up to
Taylor?
those expectations? No, but they did play well. The guy played 8 years and one game in the NFL. You don't play 8 years in the NFL without being a good player. So
All right.
He played well. Much respect to him. Prayers, thoughts and prayers with his family. I can only imagine what they're going through, but yeah.
He was a Pro Bowler with the Colts, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was a beast. He was
a stud, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say a beast, but he played well enough the last 8 years.
Well, I mean, he wasn't elite. But
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Bro. He's a really good player.
Yeah. He didn't play fucking years in the NFL, so you can't argue with that.
Yeah, you can't.
Noah got what? Noah got a first round pick and didn't do shit with his fucking career. So fuck Green Rat.
Man, don't talk about Noah around Green Rat. What's wrong with you, CT?
Green Rat's gonna tear that ass up.
The only ass that
It's
fucking
not
Green
my
Rat's
fault
tearing
that
up
the
is
Dolphins are out looking at fucking CFL fucking cornerbacks and stuff to replace that worthless piece of shit that they drafted last year.
Damn.
Jeez. I mean, that's just for like depth special teams. We could probably. I don't think
like
Justin Bethel's on the team, right? He could probably replace Justin Bethel. Well, if he's still on the team, I don't know.
You don't like Cam Smith?
He's lazy. He's soft.
What do you think about that, CT?
The argument is he's lazy, but that wasn't the issue. It was a maturity issue, and that's funny because it was the same comments made about Noah, and Noah did the same thing that Cam Smith did. And again, I'm a Gamecock fucking through and through alumni in the building, but I told you guys from one before we drafted Cam, I said he has the physical traits. But did I not on this very fucking show say, I hope to God he doesn't turn out like Noah? Well, guess what?
He's not.
Sure as fuck seems that way.
No, he was
Not yet. That shit's too early. I blame fucking Fangio for that, bro.
Yes.
I mean, I do, but again, the immaturity issues were the same context that was given about Noah, and that's a red flag for me.
Yeah, but Noah was also a former wide receiver who converted to cornerback midway,
If
I
I
think, through like his junior year, bro.
correctly, and I will give credit to Noah. If I remember correctly, and Green Rider can tell me, wasn't he 19, turning 20 when he got drafted?
Yeah, he's
something like
very,
that.
very young.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I will give Noah that credit. Cam Smith, you ain't got that same deference. So Cam Smith, you say you want to be unlocked? Well, you better fucking unlock yourself. If not, I'm gonna call you a fucking bust like I did Noah.
But how can you blame that on him if he hasn't even had reps last year? A lot of that had to do with fucking Fangio. And I know some people are gonna bring up Sam Madison signed on it too because he said the same thing. But bro, you had multiple coaches and players complaining about Cam Smith, that Fangio kind of, Cam Smith was in Fangio's doghouse for some reason, and the kid needed
Because he
reps.
hit on his daughter.
That again, he had all the physical traits, and we also had all the reports. We watched Cam Smith in camp and in the preseason perform well, and he had the physical traits. But guess what? And I hate to admit it, but I will. Guess what? We saw good shit out of Noah in training camp his rookie year too. The question is training camp the same thing as regular season games? And not only that, you have to compare your development. So, yeah, you look good in camp, you look good in preseason against third, fourth stringers, but can you hold your own? I know that Xavier Howard, Jalen Ramsey, and Nick Needham all went to Vic Fangio and said, you need to play Cam Smith over what's his name, fucking Eli shit the bed apple. But is it a developmental issue or is it a talent issue? Which one? That's the question.
From what I heard, from what was reported, I heard that Cam Smith was trying everything in his power to try to get on the field. I heard he was taking advice from Xavier Howard and Jalen Ramsey. He was trying, when he was getting reps on the practice field, he was like a sponge, asking him questions, asking them what to do in certain
You're
techniques,
right,
et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean?
The other part is that Vic Fangio and even Xavier Howard addressed it in his OG's podcast with fucking former Heat legends Mike Miller and Udonis Haslam, that Vic Fangio stated some guys would come in and they treated it like a 9-to-5 job. And then on top of that, the younger guys went out and partied in South Beach. So
there
again,
was truth. So there was truth to what's this dude's name? The former Eagles legend, quarterback. Damn, what's his name? He used to be ESPN.
Donovan McNabb?
No, not that one. He was the quarterback for the Eagles in the 80s. Oh, damn. I forgot his name. Well, anyways.
Randall Cunningham.
No.
Jaworski.
Thank you. Ron Jaworski. And Jaworski said that's what Fangio told him, that the Dolphins, kind of like clapping back at what, Cam Smith and Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard were saying about him, that these guys were more focused on partying and enjoying this, the South Beach nightlife and all this other stuff. So maybe what Xavier Howard said, there was some truth to that claim.
Yeah, but Xavier Howard even said this, and I agree. So take this into account, which I don't think Fangio takes into account. So in this aspect, I agree. You want them, they should be, we made the argument about Tua, right? Oh, it should be 24/7 football. No. People have life outside of football, right? And not only that, you're trying to compare apples to oranges in the fact that there are players in the NFL who have families, who have children, right? So you would expect that those players would have different priorities, right? But if you take a guy like Noah or Cam Smith or these young guys that don't have a wife, that don't have kids, what they do off the field is none of fucking Fangio's concern. If
Cam Smith does have a daughter.
It is not affect. No. This is the words out of Xavier Howard's mouth.
Yeah.
If it's not affecting on-field performance, it's none of your fucking business what they do.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's always going to be a guy's personal opinion on if it's affecting you on the field.
But the affecting you on the field is
right.
There's no way to prove that it isn't. If he goes out.
The argument is, so are you expecting them, like we had the same conversation about Tua, and Amicus is in here, so Josh Allen as well. So Josh Allen.
Yeah, he left.
Oh no! I'm not even beating down Josh Allen. I'm making a legitimate
point. CT.
So let me finish.
What's my Amicus?
He goes out.
He's not here.
Tua.
Go ahead, bro.
If Tua goes out and plays 4 hours of golf during a day, or Josh Allen goes out and plays 4 hours of golf, can you say, now again, I do understand what Amicus is probably going to say. It's different if you do it game week and whatever, which I can agree with. But irregardless, the sentiment is, if you think that 24/7, they should ignore their kids, ignore their wife, ignore their life.
What's being said. You're twisting it to what you're trying to say. What they're saying is they're going out late at night, staying up all night, not getting to sleep, and to his opinion that you're not going to get the best out of the players because they're not getting enough rest.
They're partying too much.
But that's not what he said. Vic Fangio, word for word, said about Cam Smith. Some individuals take the job as a 9 to 5. And not only that, he said that.
Right, but we were talking about the party aspect of it. You're changing the topic on us.
Lifestyle. It should be a lifestyle. You live that
but
shit.
That's my whole point.
If you're fucking young, you need to make it 24/7.
Yeah.
Well, you mean yeah.
Well, I agree to it. No, I don't agree with that. Because as a fucking exercise, well, okay. Sorry for those y'all know. I'm now in hospital management. I'm now phasing out myself. I'm not the lead physiologist anymore. I'm now the outpatient physiology.
Well, then you don't know shit anymore.
No,
your brain got shut off.
Again, no, I'm saying that so people go, oh, well, you're not an exercise physiologist anymore. No, the point is any human being, whether you're football, business, accounting, whatever, you cannot work 24/7.
No,
you cannot do it.
That's my opinion on this. Is that what he's saying is, and I'm going to kind of go a little crazy on this. He's clocking in at 9. He gets there at 8:59. He 5 o'clock rolls around. The bell rings and he's running out the fucking door. That's what he was trying to say.
Oh, shit.
And I get that, but how do you know that Cam Smith wasn't at home? So, for example, when this was brought up,
see, that's two different topics, CT.
No, you got to let me finish, motherfucker. Don't make me do your own shit.
You've walked both sides of it on every answer.
I'm saying is
two completely different deals.
Even Xavier,
Let me finish.
Shut up so you can let me finish.
Xavier Howard said, unless I was getting treatment or whatever, I was in and out. But that does not mean that when Xavier Howard goes home, and he himself said, just because I leave after I'm not responsible to be there anymore, doesn't mean that I'm not doing football-oriented things. For example, Xavier Howard said, again, we know he has a wife and kids. He goes,
completely different topics, CT.
Hold on.
CT, you've said the same thing 5 times now.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have.
Xavier Howard said if I spend fucking 5 hours spending time watching film outside of the facility, just because I come in at 8:59 and I leave at 5:01 doesn't mean that
doesn't have anything to do with the partying. You want shit talking, you're gonna get it.
That again.
You don't fucking listen ever.
Didn't spend time watching
After 2
film.
hours, you lose it, and you repeat the same stuff over and over.
No, it's not, because you can go rewatch, and I'll bet you a fucking $1,000 right now. I'll bet you $1,000.
In the last 3 shows that you've done, you've said the same thing about 12
talking
times.
about different
and
shows.
What people are trying to tell you, CT, and tonight me, is that on this topic, I think you're trying to take 3 different things that was said separately and combine them into one. I think there's a point where an 8 to 5 job, or however you want to put it, is one thing. Going home and reviewing tape, that's something different. And going out and partying until 3 o'clock in the morning, that's a completely different deal to talk about too.
And I agree with
on all those topics, but you're trying to make it all into one topic.
No, I'm trying to say that you have to balance them equally, because again, if him going out to 3 o'clock in the morning is affecting him physically and his ability to perform on the field, then yes, that's an issue. But if you're saying, because again, we never heard out of anybody's mouth that him going out and partying and him coming in drunk or fucked up affected his performance on the field. No, the complaints were the immaturity of treating it as a 9 to 5 job. But the question lies there, what do you mean by that immaturity? Was it, because he came in at 8:59 and left at 5:01? Well, do you know how much time he was spending reviewing film? That's my argument, Green Rat, is the specificity of the allegations or accusations of, okay, tell me what part of his immaturity was affecting him on the field, and then we can have a better conversation about.
Well, there is no conversation on it until you would know the specific facts. The only fact that we know is he considered him immature and an 8 to 5 guy. So all we can assume from what is being said is that he came in on time. We'll give him that. And he stayed all day. But as soon as practice was over, he'd leave.
And I agree with that. And that's my thing, though, Xavier Howard said he did the same shit even in his rookie year. Xavier Howard said it was never about the amount of time that you spent in the building, because, again, if you haven't watched that podcast, go watch it. Xavier Howard said again.
I heard him.
So Xavier Howard said, you're only going to get so much out of meetings and everything else. What separates guys from the rest of the guys is how much time you spend on your own watching film. And even Xavier Howard said, if I go out and I spend 8 hours watching film, or if I spend 3 hours watching film, he said, if I spend too much time watching film, I felt like it made me overthink things during a game. So again, how do you try to balance that? How do you try to say, how do you know what Cam Smith did when he went home? And then, okay, if he was going out to clubs and he was showing up tired and drunk, that's a fucking issue. That I completely agree. That's an issue. But if you're saying solely because, again, the Vic Fangio comments about people partying was not directed toward Cam Smith. The only thing that was directed toward Cam Smith was the immaturity in treating it 9 to 5. So again, I'm not superimposing the partying part onto Cam Smith. I'm saying if that was the issue, then okay, I understand that. But it wasn't specifically said about Cam Smith. So in that aspect, if the only accusation is that he's treating it 9 to 5, how do you know what he's doing when he goes home? That's all I'm asking.
Right.
Because the intent, or by what was said, you have to make an assumption on what he's talking about. And the easiest thing is usually the correct thing. All he's saying is he was at work and he left, and he didn't show that he did any extra work after. Is kind of implied.
I agree with that, but that's the thing. Okay, if that's the
but let's not. The party and stuff has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. We're just talking about the single thing of the 9 to 5.
Is other people out here though? There are other people on the Dolphin streets saying that, oh, when he was talking about people partying, he's talking about Cam Smith. No, you don't know that.
Maybe they do.
Hot Tiger.
Maybe some of the guys do because they were out there with them.
You know, I think
no. That's the thing. Is none of the players have talked about this. I'm talking about
nice jig. That's a nice jig.
I'm talking more about when the media or YouTube people
loves those bitches.
Want to put him in the same category as others, even though that was never a fucking specific allegation toward Cam Smith.
Hey,
bro, nice little jig and your crappie, but we talking Dolphins, bro. Stop it.
No, Cam Smith. Cam Smith showed out.
The only crappie around here is fucking Noah Igbenogamy. Sorry.
Cam Smith.
I can't stand freshwater fishing. I like saltwater fishing.
And then disappeared. I'm looking for big things for Cam. You know, I really am.
You would hope, but again, and I don't disagree with Green Rat. I don't like that people want to portray him as a partier. Now, if Fangio came out and said, look, he's young, he's immature, he's out there fucking going to strip clubs all the time and blah, blah. Don't project one issue on another. But obviously, Vic Fangio had enough of an issue with Cam Smith to not put him on the field. So
yeah, what's up with that?
Yeah, but over guys like Ethan Bonner, like you had Ethan Bonner, an undrafted rookie free agent, and Perry Nickerson over fucking Cam Smith. Like, what the hell did Cam Smith do to deserve that type of shit? You know what I mean?
Like Green Rat said, he fucked his daughter.
God damn, bro. I'm like, bro, like fucking Ethan Bonner, you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, and especially what we saw in training camp and preseason, it didn't make sense. And okay, Cam Smith wanted to put out there unlocked. Well, we about to see, motherfucker. We're about to see.
I can't wait. Especially
that's the issue with it. Like I said, I just believe that Cam Smith did the 9 to 5, didn't put in the extra work. And by Fangio doing what he did, it kind of indirectly implies that maybe he was one of the partiers. So Because you got to try to figure a reason why he pissed him off.
The motherfucker's 21 years old.
We
He's
have no
21.
evidence.
He's
We have no
22.
evidence to prove either, bro.
He's 22.
Right, that's what I'm
23
saying.
Years old.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, he's a partier.
Yeah, but Xavier Howard.
22, 21, I was partying my fucking ass off.
Yeah, but I agree. I agree with that. But I liked what Xavier Howard said, though. Even Xavier Howard himself even said on that podcast.
Well, Xavier Howard says a lot of shit, and we obviously knew Xavier Howard and Brian Flores' relationship wasn't the best. So, and he made it kind of like, and I understand he's watching out for his business, and and he's trying to
work.
Howard
you know what I mean?
said.
I don't really trust what Howard says. I don't really take his word for it. So, just saying.
And I can agree with that to an extent. Just the same way we don't know if Greer's lying or David Cantor, the one that got punished by the NFL, for being corrupt and shit. But anyway, you don't know if it's Xavier Howard lying, David Cantor lying, or if it's Greer lying about, oh, well, we left the door open, but then Xavier Howard said, oh, that's news to me because me and my agent, we never heard any of that. So again,
that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because even himself, it was reported that he was not willing to take a pay cut. And the Dolphins would only bring him back if he took a fucking pay cut. So that's bullshit. Like I said, I think Xavier Howard's full of shit.
And that's not here nor there. The whole point is Xavier Howard said on that podcast that he, Jalen Ramsey, Javon Holland, Deshaun Elliott, and Cam Smith sat down together and watched film together outside of the Dolphins facility. So if the argument is Cam Smith only does 9 to 5, and again, that's the if part, if Xavier Howard is telling the truth,
right?
That's contrary to what's being said about Cam Smith.
Well, I will say,
what you're saying, CT, if we know that there was an issue why Cam Smith wasn't playing, and it wasn't because he wasn't watching tape, the most logical next step would be going, since it was mentioned that people were partying, that he was probably one of the party guys.
Yeah,
you have to look for something of what's been said.
If you put one and one together, I guess.
I don't know if it's true or not. But
I know.
Even if it was, the dude's 21 years old. He's got no kids, no wife, no nothing. That's his fucking business.
He's a party fucking animal.
Well,
listen, I will agree. I will agree. I will agree, bro.
Let's take it this way. Sorry, Spidey, but
no, you're
let's
good, bro.
take it this way. If that was an issue that little Dick had with him, that he was out partying and stuff, well, then you quit doing it because little Dick Fangio thought that it was affecting his play at practice. We can't change the mind of Vic Fangio of what he thinks of.
How would Vic
someone
Fangio
at
know
practice
if he's partying? If he was coming in drunk or late to practice, then that would be an indication that he was coming and partying. Like, how the fuck? What would he know what Cam Smith is doing after practice? You know what I mean?
Well, we know what Xavier Howard.
I think they probably keep an eye on their players.
Yeah, you gotta understand. NFL. Hold on. NFL security
videos with this girl, bro. Why is he talking?
Yeah, but NFL security teams absolutely know where these players are at 24/7.
I hear you. Okay.
People forget, and we brought this up. Remember back on the previous channel, #fuck YouTube. But we had the conversation that the head of security for the Dolphins, and I don't know if it's current, but at that time, that was 2 years ago.
Yep.
was a former FBI agent.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, who he fucking kept tabs on everybody. So I'm sure he
Makes
knows
sense.
where they are at all times. But the point is the security guy gonna go to Vic Fangio and go, "Oh man, Cam Smith sucks today because he was out partying last night"? No, that's not happening.
Maybe
we haven't heard
Maybe
anything.
Vic
Well,
is
we haven't heard
gracing him with a little extra cash to keep an eye on his rookie.
Oh shit!
I mean,
But,
with that
but the
fucking
thing is-
contract he got, he has enough money
but
to grease a little bit.
But it's never been reported that Cam Smith specifically never went. That he specifically went.
No,
partying.
he never got in any trouble. No.
Yeah,
It's just
and that's my thing. Is we don't know. Fangio made the broad statement that multiple players on the Dolphins defense. So who's the multiple players? And if you got the balls to call it out, you might as well call their names out. Why don't you call their names out? Because you know that if they got fucking contrary evidence to your accusation, you look like the fucking retard or the Cajun.
Exactly, bro.
Cajun.
Hindsight's 2020, but it's starting to look like Vic Fangio was the dickhead, and all
You mean
the
Little
players,
Dick Fangio? Little Dick Fangio?
all the players thought he was a dickhead, and I think that Anthony Weaver's gonna come in, and they're gonna bond a lot better with him. And then we'll see
if you guys missed that, we said it earlier in the show. If you guys did not catch it, McDonald, who is now the head coach of the Seahawks, who obviously spent multiple years with Anthony Weaver in Baltimore. The three biggest takes when they talked to him about Anthony Weaver, he said, number one, he's a player's coach. They play hard for him. He's an extremely intelligent individual. And the fact that he focuses on fundamentals and techniques, quote unquote, he was a valuable asset to this staff, our staff, especially when it comes to fundamental and technique. So take that what you will.
Take that.
But I like that. I like that.
Well, I gotta admit, with little Dick Fangio, that some of it's a little bit of the scheme towards the end of the year I didn't understand, and he really pissed me off. But the fact is he took a defense that wasn't very good, made it one of the top defenses in the NFL, and he lost a shitload of players towards the end of the year, and we were still competing. So we can't say that he sucked.
No, he didn't. I agree.
I won't say that he sucked, but I will disagree with saying they took a crappy defense and made it good. Well, that defense was ranked in the top 15 the 2 previous years. Even with Josh Boyer, they were ranked 15th overall. So we're not going to make the argument that he came in and took over a shitty defense.
I think it was a shitty defense.
Well, they were like top.
They might be ranked 15th, but I bet you between 15th and 31st, there wasn't a whole lot of
they were ranked in like the mid to low 20s, like upper 30s around there. Like I would say mid to low 20s in third down defense, red zone defense.
Yes, but that's not. But you're gonna get specific. We're talking about Green Rat is trying to say he took a shit team or a shit defense and made it good or even top 10.
They were a shit defense if you look at those numbers. Forget about looking at overall, but when you look at the important statistics when it comes to defense, they were a shit defense. And Vic Fangio turned it around. They were at least top 15.
But again, is it the lack of talent or was it the fucking ignorance of Josh Boyer and his failure to understand the scheme without fucking Brian Flores here to stroke his dick and tell him what to do?
I mean, the
or
talent
was it
drop
a
off.
lack of talent? Which one was it?
The talent drop, but you got to remember, Josh Boyer did lose a lot of guys in his secondary in the second half of the season. He didn't have Byron Jones. He didn't have Nick Needham or Brandon Jones. You know what I mean? Like, he lost Ogba. Like, he lost a lot of guys in the back end. He had a lot of guys that were actually special teams aces, and Justin Bethel and guys, and guys like that playing for him in the secondary.
So
you know what
just
I mean?
just like Vic Fangio, right? But why is it that even in that situation, and this is my gripe with both of these stupid fucking Cajuns, is
and again, Fangio had a collapse in the
give
second
me
half.
5 fucking seconds. If you know that you lose players that don't fit your scheme, you have to adapt. You can't just fucking keep trying to do the same shit.
Well,
period.
Fangio did not adapt with what he had.
Nor did Josh Boyer. Period.
I think Fangio lost the chemistry with the team. Holland's kicking rocks and shit. They didn't like the guy.
No, none of them liked the guy, and that's part of the soft mentality that we talked about.
CT, look, but if you remember,
Fangio is a dick. Fangio's a dick. But at the same time, just like I told all of my athletes, you're never gonna like every fucking coach. You're not gonna have a personal relationship with every coach. At some point, you need to know that you do what you're asked. And at some point, if said guy is an asshole, you would hope that the head coach or whoever is going to realize that they're not getting the best out of you and replace them. And hold on real quick, Irvin, I'm sorry, but real quick. Just like Mike McDaniel, and this is where I was getting at, just like Mike McDaniel and Anthony Weaver are players' coaches, you are going to try to find a guy that matches each player's personality. And that's a tough thing to do.
I agree.
I've had over fucking 3,000 athletes. Do you think that I treat everyone the same? No, you can't.
Right.
Because everybody has both intrinsic and extrinsic motivational factors, meaning their intrinsic factors are, I want to be great. I want to provide for my family. I want to do this. I want to do that. And then you have other athletes that are extrinsic, meaning, oh, I want nice things. I want to be rich like the rest of these fuckers because I got to keep up with the Joneses. There are players who have intrinsic motivational factors, and then you have players who have extrinsic motivational factors. You cannot treat those players the same way. You cannot.
Well, that's the reason why, a lot of players and coaches criticized said Vic Fangio, because he didn't have that sort of attribute to his coaching style. Kind of like a Brian Flores, right? He didn't adjust. He didn't listen to suggestions. He was not a set players coach. He was just an old school.
They wanted people who were intrinsically motivated, meaning self-motivated.
Uh-huh.
And if you don't have a guy who's self-motivated, you, as a coach, have to find a way to be extrinsically motivated, to make them want to be motivated. And if you fail at that, is that the player's fault or is that the coach's fault? Because when you evaluated the player before you drafted them, you knew this about this player.
Starts at the top. Is it the manager's fault? Or did he hire the wrong the guy that hired him? Is it his fault?
Well, we're not gonna blame Chris Greer. That's where we're going to, because that was a Mike McDaniel hire, not a fucking Chris Greer hire, because he wanted to bring him since last year. Yeah.
No, and I agree with that. But what I was trying to say is people fail to recognize or understand the significance of that each player has a different underlying motivation. Some guys want to be rich and famous.
I understand.
Right?
I understand.
Some guys want to be rich and famous. And then there are other players that don't care about being rich and famous. What they care about is, I want to be rich to take care of my family, and I have family values. And those are two different characters of people.
Right.
And if you as a coach cannot placate, because that's the best word I can give, because you're never going to make everybody happy, but you got to be able to placate both sides, meaning you got to make both sides happy enough to be okay with you. And I don't think that Vic Fangio is one of those guys. Vic Fangio is one of those guys
because he's not a player's coach. Anthony Weaver, you also got to understand. Anthony Weaver, you got to also understand. He understands the NFL from a coach's perspective and from a player's perspective. So a lot of people respect him because of the experience that he brings to the table from both sides of the NFL. So, and he uses that experience to teach other players, get better, right? To teach them to be better human beings, teach them to maximize their potential. And that's why Anthony Weaver has in his arsenal that Vic Fangio doesn't have. And plus, he's younger. He's more innovative, right? He's more he's open-minded. He's more open-minded. He's this new generation.
He can relate to players.
Exactly. That's what the word is. Thank you for saying that. He can relate better with other players. He used to be in that locker room, so that you can't. Vic Fangio doesn't have that, and that maybe you could say that's not
true though. But that's not true, because even Xavier Howard, who had a fucking bittersweet relationship with Brian Flores, admitted Brian Flores was a work first, play later attitude. And he even said, I respected Brian Flores for the way he coached. He expected you to be the best who you could be, but he doesn't understand that different players, different people are in different parts of their lives.
I mean, I get that.
You can't
but again,
expect the same.
But again, we have today's NFL. You have a coach that is willing to reach to players on a personal level, professional level, at different types of level. That a lot of these old school coaches, they know one thing, and that's to teach the NFL to be tough on their to be tough on their players, and give them some tough love, and they think that that's going to be key to every player being successful. And in today's NFL, right? And it's not anymore. Anthony Weaver is just a new generation. He's a new breed of coach, and
which is why I brought
it's
up
been breeding success.
It's
been breeding success because you're getting the best out of every player. That player is willing to run through a brick wall for you because you're getting to know him on a personal level, and just being that relatable coach. A guy who like I said, a guy like Anthony Weaver,
who's experienced a lot of things at the NFL level that a lot of these players experience, especially as a young player. Like, he's able to relate to these guys. You know what I mean? And he's a cool player. He actually even gets in, bro. He just blow his whistle and coach from the sideline. He actually gets in those trenches and gets in, and practices with his players. You know what I mean? He gets active, and that's what a lot of players love about Weaver. I mean, bro, he draws like insane amount of he draws really good reviews from his coaching style. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So that, I think that's why Anthony Weaver is such a breath of fresh air when it comes to the coaching aspect, because he's willing to get in the trenches with you and just show you and just be a teacher, not an asshole fucking drill sergeant. You know what I mean? That's always in your face and he loves you, but he won't show you that, even though that's an old school tactic. That's not the NFL anymore. Anthony Weaver's the new breed. Mike McDaniel's the new breed, and that's it. It's that simple.
And that's why I brought up this earlier in the show. And this is from McDonald, who's now the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks.
Shout out to him.
And
I like him.
He's talking about, obviously, he worked with Weaver for multiple years. And you brought up this point, and I wanted to reiterate it because I'm glad it came from somebody beyond me, is he talks about, when did I figure that he was going to be a good DC? When he was in Houston. That's the first time I ever saw him. And I thought he did a good job there. And just working with him on a day-to-day basis, this is somebody I have huge respect for, just as a human and a leader, and incredibly smart. The players love him. The players love him.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
He was a huge
Guys,
asset
what the
to our
fuck is
staff.
old McDonald even fucking done yet to get to have us hang on every fucking word he
John
said?
Harbaugh. John
It's
Harbaugh.
not about
John,
that. It's
ask
so
John
because
Harbaugh.
if
He
you
made him
would show
associate
up
head
on
coach.
time, no, hold on, listen. If you would show the fuck up on time for shows, Green Rat, then
CT,
you would
show me
know
CT, can you
that I
text me that
made
clip real quick?
comparison. Hold on, I made the comparison earlier in this show to 3 other endorsements given to Anthony Weaver, and all of them are the same. He's a player-oriented coach. He's a former player. He's young enough that he can relate to the players.
Exactly.
He gives off the vibe and the mentality of just like McDaniel, which I said way before we even knew all this shit about Anthony Weaver. I was like, oh, well, the preliminary reports say he's a player's coach like McDaniel, whereas Josh Boyer and coming from Brian Flores, and Brian Flores himself is a fuck you, hard-nosed, fuck you, you do what the fuck I tell you. So again, this is why him and Mike McDaniel liked each other, and the reason why, because I called it out, and me and fucking Bleezy got into a mad argument. Yeah, Bleezy knows, and he himself on camera. We had a huge argument about this, Bleezy. The reason why was because Mike McDaniel wants a Mike McDaniel on defense. He doesn't want a Brian Flores or a fucking Boyer or a Vic Fangio on defense. Mike McDaniel wants a Mike McDaniel on defense. And guess what? Mike McDaniel found his Mike McDaniel for defense.
What's up, Color?
What in the fuck does that have anything to do with old McDonald? I asked who, what the fuck is old McDonald fucking done to earn our fucking respect of what he says?
Again, the reason it's not about respecting his individual opinion, it's the fact that his opinion, given his comments, reiterate other individuals' comments about the fact that he's a player's coach. He focuses on fundamental and technique, and that he in himself, he gets the best out of players, not because he's a hard ass and he goes, fuck you like Vic Fangio. Oh, I don't care what you do. You're out there partying. No, it's the fact that Anthony Weaver is a spitting image of Mike McDaniel. The fact that Anthony Weaver had no DC experience. He had no formal experience as a DC. But now magically, all of a sudden, Mike McDaniel over guys like who? Mike Vrabel. He could have gone after Vrabel for DC. He could have gone after this guy, that guy, whatever. No, Mike McDaniel chose Anthony Weaver because Anthony Weaver is a fucking spitting image of Mike McDaniel, but on the defensive side, because he's a former player, player's coach, and he focuses on technique and fundamental.
I think you're completely wrong. I think the only reason they hired him is because
say what's up, bro. We got
they wanted a little Raven attitude over here.
Oh man, hey Color, get your ass up here. Love you, brother. Get your ass up here, Color. Let's get it.
That's part of it. I kind of agree with Green Rat a little bit there. They want to bring that Ravens winning attitude and stability to the Dolphins front office.
And I agree with that too. And I agree with that too, but you can't deny the fact that every fucking interview, and there have been 5 now, with former people that have had intimate knowledge of who Anthony Weaver is. And the number one thing they say, and I brought it up, and I'll bring up the fucking thing again, just for shits and giggles. What is the number one thing they bring up? What is the first quote out of their mouth? The players love him. Every fucking one of them. Every time. The first thing out of their mouth is the players love him.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we get that.
That's
he's a
spitting image of Mike McDaniel, but on the defensive side. Gotcha. And also, all of them say he's extremely intelligent. He understands fundamental and techniques, but he's intelligent enough to understand scheme, which in Josh Boyer's issue, Josh Boyer could understand fundamental and technique, but he couldn't understand scheme. He was based on having Flores there to help him with scheme, but he focused on fundamental and techniques. Anthony Weaver apparently has the ability to do both. Period.
I agree, but I think with Josh Boyer, he did make some adjustments to his defense, especially that his press guys, his man coverage guys weren't on the field. And he switched to a lot more zone. But hey, that's just another argument for another day.
Yeah, you mean exactly. Zone where you throw fucking guys out and you play fucking zone coverage and you play at the fucking end zone line on 3rd and 17. And then when little Dick Fangio did the same fucking bullshit, even Green Rat admits when Vic Fangio, little Dick Fangio, did the same
made no adjustments.
Bullshit that fucking Josh Boyer did. That's when we knew that Vic fucking little Dick Fangio is not the one.
Josh Boyer didn't. His problem is that he didn't disguise his coverages or his blitzes, whatever, pre-snap. Right? He didn't rotate safeties. Everything pre-snap looked the same post-snap. But with Vic Fangio, it was I would say a lot of lack of adjustment, right? I mean, you use Jalen Ramsey as an example, right? Like he kept on 78% of his snaps, he kept him as a right wide corner on the right boundary side. They didn't motion him. The only game he really traveled and shadowed was the Jets game. He kind of freelanced in that game, right?
That's not true. Rewatching some of the games and stuff, Spidey. There was other games that he was doing that too.
Well, yeah,
not a whole lot, but he was doing it.
But the statistics say that he was just playing on one side. When you look at all his different coverage snaps, with the Rams and stuff, he played way less on the right side as a boundary corner, and played
it was
more
probably 41%, just
something
like the 41
that,
points that the Iowa Hawkeye girl put up tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got to put the Iowa Hawkeyes, but then he says that he wished that he had a fucking quarterback that can't run the fucking ball because, they don't ever.
CT, I want your guys' opinion about Joel Klatt. When he was talking about selecting Michael Penix at 21, he said verbatim, that the reason why he thinks this because he does. What was I gonna say? That Michael Penix is a better fit than Tua in Mike McDaniel's offense. When he throws the deep ball, it throws with better, like, great leverage. He throws with better touch, accuracy, anticipation. And when he saw Tyreek Hill had to slow down, and when Tua throws the deep ball, Tyreek has to slow down and kind of like adjust to the football, et cetera, et cetera. But Iceman's channel on Joel Klatt, on Iceman's channel, we did like an all 22 film breakdown. It was like 2 minutes or what it was, and it showed Tua just throwing guys in stride, throwing with great leverage, throwing with great anticipation and touch. Growing, especially when he's throwing against man coverage, right? He's leading the receivers open, right? And he's understanding the leverage that the corner's playing against the receivers. So, and we debunked all that stuff. We already know Tua's like a top 5 deep ball thrower.
Is it the same?
No, I agree. The first year with Tyreek, Tua underthrew him all the time.
Yeah. I agree with that too. At times he did.
Is it the
2023 was different?
That ignore the fact that if you go back and watch the film, L22, Patrick Mahomes himself underthrew Tyreek so many fucking times it's not even funny. So is it just Tua? Or is Patrick Mahomes a shitty quarterback because he underthrew fucking Tyreek too? Or is it that we're going to say that Tyreek's so goddamn fast that it's really fucking hard for any quarterback to fucking
No, you guys don't remember. Tyreek said something about it.
Well,
I'm not going to be able to get it word for word, but he said he had to learn how to be more consistent with his speed on his routes.
Well, when Color puts it that way, I can understand why why he's saying that. Now I can understand why. I thought he meant like understanding the leverage between what the corner's using between the receiver. I didn't know he was talking about the whole body core thing. Michael Penix does have better arm strength than Tua. He does throw the deep ball well, but his problems is, he doesn't have the arm, especially when he's running out of the pocket, extending play. He doesn't really have, or he's just sitting in the pocket. He doesn't have the arm flexibility or the ability to throw off different angles. Like he's just arm. That's it. You know what I mean? And he struggles in the intermediate range of the field, short and intermediate. He struggles with timing routes. He doesn't always throw with anticipation. He does. I get it, Color. I know what you mean. I see what he was trying to say, but he doesn't always throw with great anticipation or accuracy. He does struggle against pressure. So, yeah,
I agree, and that's where, and I do like what Color said.
Makes
it's the understanding that when you have leverage and you understand outside and inside leverage, if
Yeah,
you
but that's
don't
not what he
have
meant.
to
But
put the ball. You hold on. You don't have to put the ball in the most perfect place if the leverage is there. You could throw it to a spot. You don't have to throw it precisely, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you understand if they're playing inside leverage and the receiver breaks outside, it doesn't have to be a perfectly placed ball, or vice versa. If they're playing outside and you throw it inside, it doesn't have to be a perfectly placed ball. And I agree. And to that sentiment, it's the arm strength, just like we've made about Josh Allen or whatever. And I know Amicus is gone, so I could talk shit. It's like Josh Allen. You could have the fucking biggest arm in the world, but if you don't understand leverage or you are late on your reads, you can try to use your physical attributes to make up for your cognitive inability. But if you have vice versa, you may not have the strongest arm, but if your cognitive ability allows you to be successful, then why do people make the argument, oh, Josh Allen's better? Yeah, he's got a stronger arm. Yep, he can run better. But his cognitive ability obviously shows they're not even on the same fucking level. So, again, how do you compare apples to oranges?
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Hey, caller, come on up here.
Yeah, man. Caller, I love you, man. Get your ass up here, man.
But what I'm trying to understand is like, because Tua doesn't have the exact.
I want to fucking hear Color, man. I love Color. Let's get it.
Bro, you gotta listen to Color when he's describing the offensive schemes.
No. Color, me and Color on Durham Smythe and all this bullshit. Nah, me and him are on fucking point. Color fucking knows. Oh, there he is. Let's go.
It was good. Color.
Let's not go into Durham Smythe though. We gonna wreck these hoes on Durham Smythe.
I normally don't talk to Green Rat, but no, I'm kidding. Hell, Green Rat, you can't, like, we ain't seen you in like 6 months, bro.
I've slipped in there quite a few times.
Yeah,
El Cap has seen me in there. It's just
the Jets burner account.
Yeah.
Yes.
Me and Lewis are like oil on water.
I must have finally broke the camel's back with you or something. I must have said something, man. That was it. He's like, I'm done.
No. You caught him out for being a Jets
Lewis,
fan. That's what happened.
It's Lewis. We just don't get along, and no one needs to have everyone arguing. So
that's okay. Lewis is on to bigger and better things these days, man. You know, he's quite the two-in-ear, man.
Oh damn.
Oh,
hey, it's Color. I was watching
Lewis went the two-in-ear way. Oh my god.
Oh, hardcore too. Hey. With all of the energy, we know Lewis to have.
Yeah. And I hear him. I hear
my god. I'm about to have a fucking come to Jesus moment. Lewis is a fucking two-in-ear. Oh my god.
You got
a sample of the new Lewis. Go ahead, go back to and watch Pete's take show from today.
Ooh. He did the all 22 Skyler
of the Jets game with Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, I saw your comment. Like Skylar's he's not terrible. He's just fine, but
Skylar, listen, long story short,
I forgot what you wrote. What else you wrote, but
Skylar did great in his rookie year. I don't know if it was Mike White or the Dolphins fucking, unconfidence in him, but man,
politics. If it's not politics,
I agree.
The other take I have on that is that I think McDaniel is grooming him for that role. Like, I can see a similar career path for Skylar Thompson as Shula gave to or helped Peterson with.
Scott,
Like I think McDaniel's trying to groom him to be his guy, like his guy that understands him, his, all of that. Maybe not the greatest player, but understands everything. So in other words, let's say everything goes to hell in a handbasket this year, right? And Stephen Ross comes in, flies in with his helicopter and fires everybody, right? Let's just say that happens.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, wherever Mike McDaniel goes, Skyler's going to be with him forever.
Now, I can agree with that, but at the same time,
I just think that's the
why
role.
not give Skyler fucking reps, though?
Well, when it comes to fronting Tua and the politics involved and Mike White, paying Mike White money, and I just don't think that that's in the cards for Skyler, even if he is better than Mike White. But
do you think that maybe that's an issue with Greer and saying
I Mike McDaniel has found his Doug Peterson
on Mike White?
I just think Mike McDaniel has found his Doug Peterson, CT. To be honest with you, I think that's what he plans for his career path.
And I agree with that. But what I'm saying is do you think that at the same time that maybe Greer is stunning the growth of Skyler by saying, "Oh, I spent so much money on Mike White.
Well,
I can't play."
Yeah, but I would say it really doesn't matter that he had put. In other words, when they evaluated it, they're like, no reason to rock the boat because Skyler is this particular guy. So there's no reason to rock the boat by making him QB2 and stirring the fan base up with the whole Tua thing.
See, but I think that they stirred up the fan base by saying that
Pete's
politicians, bro. They think they're gonna drop a news report on Friday and think it's gonna go by without anybody seeing it. You know what I mean?
I agree. I just don't like the fact that Skyler played extremely well as a rookie. Why would you put him behind Mike White and let him continue to develop?
And that's where the point of contention is between, like if you watch Pete's show from earlier, it's constantly, oh, you guys think Skyler's better than Tua. Oh, you guys think he's the best option. And people don't realize the only reason anybody even stands up and defends Skyler is because people are going to the level of calling him trash, which is actually factually incorrect. So when you make a factually incorrect statement, people are going to push back on it. And then they turn around and say, oh, well, you're caping up for Skyler. It's like, no, I'm caping up for a Miami Dolphin.
And
the fact of it is,
there's a difference between
the video doesn't show he's better than Tua. It does in some cases. It doesn't in others. But what the video does show is that he is not a garbage can. And that's the part that they refuse to say. And they keep deflecting and projecting that we think Skyler's better than Tua. I've told you guys 1,000 times, you will never see Skyler Thompson underneath a bust in the Hall of Fame.
Right. But
so why am I caping up for Skyler? You know what I mean?
Skyler Thompson isn't a football.
It's because we fucking brought in Mike White, who I'm sorry, you can call me what you want, but Mike White is fucking trash. Okay, other than the fact that he had the durability to play with broken ribs, other than that, what other thing did Mike White give the Dolphins? And by that premise, nothing. Skyler is more talented and has more upside than Mike White, other than the durability issue. The talent issue is not even in question. So why would it fucking pisses me off that if you have, like you said, a Doug Peterson, why would you not, in the Denver game, you started fucking Mike White or put in Mike White over Thompson? You should have put Thompson in and continue to try to develop him. Even if Tua does turn out to be what we want him to be, it's a New England situation, say a Garoppolo, where even if Tua does turn out, you still have a good guy that maybe you could trade and get some shit out of. But no, Greer and Mike McDaniel said, oh, we paid $5.4 million to Mike White. He has to be QB2. That pissed me off. Let Skyler develop.
I think it's almost unavoidable, though. It's kind of a conundrum, CT, because we were in a situation where we had to have 3 quarterbacks last year. I mean, if you go into last season with 2 quarterbacks, you're ignoring what we were blatantly seeing with Tua leading up to last season. You know what I mean? So,
but isn't it true that
if
QB3 can't play unless of injury?
Well, real quick, Green Rat, if you've got a guy like Skyler that's kind of on the cusp between a 3 and a 2, arguably a 2 and a 1.5, you know what I mean? You've got
but he
that
did
guy.
it as a rookie, Collar. He did it as a rookie.
What I'm saying is, unless you're bringing in Mike Glennon, you're pretty much you're gonna have to pay anybody you bring in $3 to $5 million, and you're gonna have to justify that by making him QB2. It's just the way it is. You know what I mean?
But that's a Greer fault. That's either you believe in Skyler,
there's nobody out there worse. It's the fact that there's nobody out there worse than Skyler, and everybody out there has already commands $3 to $5 million. What needs to happen is Skyler needs to start raising his hand and saying, "Where's my $3 to $5 million?"
I can agree with that.
But if you don't have that personality, if he don't have that personality, then that's precisely what they're seeing.
Well, maybe that's the thing, though, because I hate to say it, if you're going to make that argument, Color, can we not say that about Tua as well?
Well, sure. But
that's my thing.
We're already in the bag out the gate for $38 million with him.
And I agree, but even in that sense,
signing bonus, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I get that, but my thing is okay. Just because somebody isn't necessarily an alpha leader and vocal and whatever, just the same way Skyler is not, it doesn't matter. Look, he played. He had multiple pick sixes, whatever. So is Tua. So if that's your validation of your argument, well, Tua's had it too. At the end of the day, the Miami Dolphins organization said, no matter how much promise we saw out of Skyler in that rookie year, in relief of Tua, and I put it out there that the concussion issue wasn't an issue for Tua. And obviously it wasn't. It played out that way.
Every time we get to the point where you're about to get to, they bring up Brock Purdy, bro. You cannot stop the whataboutisms, bro. It doesn't matter what we say. They're going to throw out another whataboutism, dude. Like, oh, well, he's a seventh round rookie that played well. He's a 7th round rookie that played competitively in a playoff game against our most hated rival in their house in cold weather. And yet that gets no accolades. That gets no check box.
Exactly. You didn't give him credit. You got to give the fucking dude credit.
That's because of their incorrect perception that Brock Purdy makes a difference for that.
No, it doesn't. It's the scheme.
So San Francisco found one of those guys that are rare to find. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean that every 7th round rookie should be held to that standard. If that's the case, then what are we doing with our 5th overall pick?
I agree. And that's where I get frustrated is it's not about.
In other words, could it be possible that Brock Purdy shouldn't have fallen that far? Is it just possible that he's not actually a 7th round talent?
I don't think he is. I think I would agree with you,
Why do
Color.
we throw out that whataboutism when we talk about the accomplishments that Skyler's made in his rookie year as a 7th round throwaway rookie?
And that's where I don't think that there's enough respect
Brock Purdy's not a throwaway. That's why. Because Brock Purdy is not a throwaway. That's why.
Exactly.
But I think a lot of people,
as if we're all beat writers for the San Francisco 49ers.
Color, but you know what I think it is, though?
I agree. Hold on, Irvin. Real quick.
Brock Purdy got in practice compared to Skyler and all this other.
But CP,
at that same consummate color, if we can acknowledge that maybe there are Tom Brady's, Skylar Thompson, Brock Purdy types, we know that statistically speaking, there are gems in the rough. There are guys that if given the right situation and the right scenario that can fucking be productive for their teams. Why is it that Miami saw that Skylar, again, did he overachieve as a 7th round pick? Yes. Does he achieve the same way a 1st or 2nd round pick would? No. But at the same time, you went out and you got a guy and Mike White who doesn't even compare to the success. And I say this preferentially.
I ask him one question, CT, when they bring up Brock Purdy. What round was Mike White drafted in? I bet you none of them know. I don't even know.
I think color has always.
Well,
I think color is point.
The only point I'm making is that I felt like the selection of Mike White.
CT, haven't got a damn word in, bro.
Oh my God, you can
just
in
go,
a second.
Just go.
Quick, because I'm ending. The whole point is the durability. I felt like the signing for Mike White was a durability issue. We saw Mike White break his ribs and still come in and play. They go, oh, well, if Tua gets hurt, this guy, he can get fucked up, but he'll still come in and play. But you take that over Skylar Thompson and his potential development over, I'm worried about Tua and his ability to go through things physically. I felt like that signing was this guy, he played with broken ribs. He'll play through anything. At the detriment of the development of Skylar Thompson. That's it. Go ahead, Irvin.
Nah, I was just gonna say that since I'd known color, right? He does. I don't think he thinks that there's a major I don't really think there's a huge divide between Tua and Skylar Thompson. I think if given enough reps, if Skylar were given enough reps, right? If let's say the competition was head-to-head fair between Tua and Skylar Thompson, the discrepancy in terms of where they are, right? As in terms of levels of quarterback,
wins above
maybe that discrepancy isn't that
That's
huge.
What you're looking for, Irving. The wins above replacement would be 0.
Yeah.
Well,
that also means losses below replacement. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. And I've said multiple times, all I wanted was Tua to get a fair shot, knowing my fucking knowledge with the hip injury. The first year is a fucking wash. And again,
and he did.
I agree. My whole thing was, if you felt like the development of Skylar Thompson was worth the investment, you should have fucking done it. Now, why is it that even if Tua had all the fucking concussions and all that, which again, I said wasn't an issue, it's not going to be an issue in the next season. But even in that aspect, when you're blowing out Denver, you're bringing in Mike White over Skylar Thompson. So if you have the belief that Skylar Thompson can be that dude, a Doug Peterson, a very valuable backup, I felt like that Chris Greer and or Mike McDaniel did a disservice to the team in the fact that he showed you something as a rookie. Why not explore that
more?
And
yeah,
exactly. And the fact
that's a good point. I
just
agree with
because only, and I feel like, in my opinion, the only reason that was made that way was because Mike White showed that he could break a ribs and he's still willing to play a game. And
but I think
that in itself is flawed. That's just my opinion.
Hey, let Green Rat cook, bro. He wants to get into the conversation. Go ahead, Green Rat.
All right. So Mike White was QB2 during the year, correct? That's what he was considered?
Yeah, I guess.
Is QB3 he is not allowed to play unless people get hurt, correct?
Correct. I don't even
because
think
he's designated the third one, so he's not part of the.
Okay, they're allowed to be part of the roster, but they're not counted.
Right. So he's not really there unless people are hurt. Correct?
You're not allowed to just randomly put them in. You're right.
So that's probably why he never got any playing time during the year. It's because he was designated QB3. Would that not be correct?
Yeah, that's true. The question is, why was he designated 3? You know what I mean?
Right. And that's a conversation that, you know.
Why are we out there telling the world, even if there was a competition for backup, why are we out there telling the world that? Like,
and not only that, why isn't Mike White the emergency QB3? Why is it that Skyler was designated?
$3 to $5 million.
What I don't understand is
I agree with Color.
What I don't understand is clearly Mike White is what I mean with Skylar Thompson definitely has more experience running this scheme than Mike White. We can all agree to that, right?
That too, yeah.
And not only that, but the guy has the attributes that are better than
He has more
Mike White.
experience being a Miami Dolphin, which matters.
Right,
because
exactly.
Each franchise is different in the way they run their building.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't understand why he wasn't making. And bro, I remember in camp he was pretty good. You know what I mean?
But the only premise
he was
was that Mike White had broken ribs, and he played the next game. And it made Mike McDaniel and or Chris Greer go, oh, he's willing to play even if he's fucking broken. I'm willing to start him over Skyler, even though Skyler has more upside, more experience, and he played pretty goddamn well.
Under the finger injury, then. In other words, if Mike White would have got that finger injury against the Vikings, he would have continued the rest of the game.
Exactly, and he was pretty efficient in that first quarter against the Vikings. But what I'm gonna say, but I don't necessarily agree with that, CT, because I mean, bro, I understand Teddy Bridgewater might have been hurt or whatever, but bro, I mean,
all about
he did start Skylar Thompson in a playoff game, in a high stakes playoff game against a division rival. You know what I mean? And then
matter. It all
has that
down
experience
to having the concussions, and they wanted a guy that if Tua
but
did
you're not
go
getting
down,
what I'm trying to say. What was Mike McDaniel thinking? A guy that has playoff experience that played pretty well according to his draft status, right? Like he's a 7th round pick. He has no business being a starting quarterback against a hated playoff rival in that type of high stakes game.
How many backup QB2 rookies do you know with a playoff game like that on their resume?
Exactly. He almost got us to a playoff win. You know what I mean?
The whole point is they watched him get his ribs broken. They watched him get his ribs broken.
Anything to do with it?
Play the next fucking game, and that's all they cared about. They said, "Okay, if Tua goes down, we put this guy in. He gets fucked up. He's still gonna start the next week." That's all, and that's my point. Is the talent? Hold on, real quick, Bleezy. The talent over Skyler. Skyler had talent over Mike White. Experience in the scheme over Mike White. The only thing they gave a fuck about was, oh, well, he broke his ribs, but he came back and played the next week. Well, if we can't count on Tua to stay healthy, we gotta have a backup QB who'll play through anything. That's exactly what happened, whether you want to admit it or not. So
that's a Mike McDaniel problem.
They took durability.
That's not a Chris Greer issue.
Talent.
That's a Mike McDaniel issue.
What was your
That's a
question,
Mike
Please?
McDaniel
It
and
could be a
Chris
little bit of a Chris
Greer
Greer
issue.
issue,
Okay.
but yeah.
That's
All right.
a Mike McDaniel and
Kohler.
Chris Greer issue.
Kohler, it's awesome seeing you up here, bro.
Yeah, no, bro. Like,
Appreciate you.
Oh,
Hey,
pleasure, man.
what are
And
your
hey, I
thoughts?
love you, Color. Hey, all the
Oh,
shit
yeah.
in the past. We were up there on Big Phillies, bro. I respect you and love your opinions, man. You're a fucking amazing human. Hey, anytime, bro. Anytime.
hey, Color, what was that offense? Because I was listening to you guys, kind of kicking it into space. What was that offense that is kind of like maybe a more conservative version of the West Coast offense?
It's the offense that the Patriots run and have run since 1970, mid 70s. It's called the Earhart-Perkins system.
Earhart-Perkins system.
Yeah, and to
it-
help you remember, it was developed by two guys, two Patriots named Ray Perkins or
Perkins Earhart.
Ray Perkins and Ron Earhart.
And Ron Earhart,
were the
yeah.
two guys that developed it.
So that was the type of system that we ran in 2020 and 2021, or more
From the
so like
moment Flores
2021.
walked into the building to the moment he left. Yes.
Yeah. And you said that Tua actually went through more of his progressions.
Well, look at
in those.
2021, bro, and look at the statistics of all of our receivers, tight end included. Oh wow, this is deja vu. And CT was here the last time too. That's crazy shit right here. Anyway, just look at the ball or the yardage distribution for all of our receivers, like our tight end and our 3s and 4s, compared to 2022 and 2023.
Right.
2022, we did probably spread a little more, but the moment Tyreek got here, forget it. It's done.
Yeah.
There is no more spreading the ball around.
That's
Well,
why
the first few games of the
That's
season,
why we didn't
we did
use
spread the ball
Gesicki.
around quite a bit.
That's why we didn't use Gesicki, because we were so focused on Tyreek and Waddle. Period.
You look at the Jets game last year, the 30-0 game, where Tyreek was out. That game is a microcosm of the 2021 season.
What game was that, Color?
The Jets game last year that we shut them out 30-0 without Tyreek.
Oh yeah.
That's a microcosm of the 2021 season.
I kind of have to agree. Yep.
Hey,
the first two games this year, we spread the ball around quite a bit too. Smythe was really involved, and so was I think the running backs and stuff.
Exactly. And if you look at, again, Pete did the game last week. He did was the Buffalo game, I think. No, not the Buffalo game. Kansas City. I can't remember which one it was, but that was one of the things that was noticed, that it's like, yeah. And then when you look at the game he covered yesterday, the Jets game, or the Buffalo game, the Jets game with Skyler. I mean, you're seeing Smythe make these catches all over the field, like toe drag, swag, and all this other stuff. And it's like, we need a tight end, really?
We need a tight end. I mean, of course, that is all dependent if Tua. That is all dependent if Tua sees him open, right? And if Tua sees him, more frequently open, if he targets
2021, he seemed to be able to see those guys more, and I'm not sure. Right. That's why I was wondering. Look, I'm not going to go with the whole he's too short to see over the offensive lineman and all that. That's a given, but that can be worked around, and that's precisely why we run the systems we do. What I'm wondering is there something about the Earhart-Perkins system that puts receivers on a particular spot of the field that just is coincidentally easier for Tua to identify?
But
that's part of it, but also
if you were doing something, there I see use this analogy, but if you're doing something right-handed, 100 times, that first time you do it left-handed, you're going to be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I agree. And that's where
it's a matter of now, when I reach out for this object, I'm reaching with my left hand, which is further away from my right hand, so it's going to be different. Now, if that object was over here, You see what I'm saying? I think it's just coincidence that system puts players in a particular geographical location on the field that makes them easier to find.
Yeah.
I
But I
can
was gonna
agree
say-
with that. And part of that
Yeah,
is also like you and I on Big Philly space that we went fucking nuts on. And this is something that fucking irritates the fucking shit out of me.
I don't know
Whether or
much
not, no, Color knows exactly what I'm talking about. So when you take that left versus right-handed entropy, right? The just the
Oh, I knew I
flow
should
of the
use that
play.
analogy.
You know what I'm saying, Color? Color already knows what's coming because we talked about it. Just the flow of the play leaves the tight end wide the fuck open. Why
Well,
is
both systems are designed to do.
why is it that it took 3 years for Mike McDaniel to say, "Oh, I fucked up with the tight end. Oh, we're gonna start getting him involved now." And again,
you have to force to get him
Color and I,
involved.
hold on, Irvin. Color and I have
I didn't say
been
anything.
fucking. We are the no. Color and I have been the only ones fighting this fight. So fuck you and everybody else. Color and
I
I
will
have been
say-
the only ones fighting this fight.
CT. But let me answer this question.
Shut
Hold
the
on.
fuck- Don't make me do the green rat clip on you. Don't make me do it, Irvin. But again, we have been
We
talking
want to
about
do the green rat clip on you.
Yeah, I'm the fucking.
Get it,
I'm the
Bleezy.
host.
Rat meme.
You know what? Fuck you. Okay.
wanna
But the
see
whole
the
thing
green
is,
rat
is
meme.
Color have been the ones in the last 6 months where all of y'all ignore it. I said, why does everybody hate Durham Smythe?
I never hated Durham Smythe. Bro, I stood up.
Bullshit. All of y'all told. Oh, we
No,
need
that's not bullshit. Color's my witness. I
this.
stood
Oh,
for
we need
Durham
that.
Smythe. I stood for Durham Smythe. My only thing is the only reason why the Dolphins added a Jonnu Smith was because our tight end group was 32nd in the NFL in yards after the catch. Right? You need a guy.
It's not. Oh no, that was not why. It's because Johnny Smith is
that's exactly why.
Fucking tight end, and he can block. That's the problem.
No. Because Durham Smythe is a better blocker. Durham Smythe is a better blocker than Jonnu Smith is. It's just that
yes, he is.
Jonnu Smith has what Durham Smythe is not great at, and it's the yards after the catch, the ability to move in between the 20s. But Durham Smythe is a reliable receiver who can find soft spots in the zone, who runs good routes, and his hands are very good. Even when Tua was,
that's the whole point. Is why can't we have two of those? Color, remember on Big Philly's channel.
both
why
of them?
can't we have two of those?
This is not exclusive pushback on what you're on you. It's just what the point you just made. Like, I don't understand what a guy with yak is going to do, or why we can hold that over the heads of our current tight ends when we got a quarterback that doesn't throw to them enough, first of all,
true.
to
That's
increase
true.
those numbers.
I would agree with
and
that.
Secondly,
and again, and it's also part of.
But if you get one outlet throw a game to Durham Smythe, because that's the way we run things, or that's the way our quarterback is, then where's Jonnu Smith going to get the yak?
I think what you're missing is our head coach is obsessed with explosives.
Okay,
and Jonnu Smith could turn that one catch into a huge play.
But if Jonnu Smith is not going to be a Hall of Fame tackle breaker, where's he going to get the yak?
Exactly. Facts.
It's no different than Tyler Kroft. It's this. I see Jonnu Smith is no different whatsoever than Tyler Kroft. We didn't even see Tyler Kroft last year.
And you know why? Because fucking Mike McDaniel admitted himself that now he's only going to start incorporating the tight end into his offense.
Ball to our tight end because it's an obvious discrepancy.
Well, Color,
like,
but I will say,
no, we're going to force things to our tight end now.
Right, but Color, I will say, I think you might have
a tight end. It's organic. It's
Hey,
your
Color, but I
tight
think
end
you.
gets the ball because the quarterback knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I think you might have a small point about Jonnu Smith though with the Patriots
True.
because when he played in what was the offense called? Earhart, what?
Perkins. You just
The
call it
Earhart
EP.
because in the
They
Earhart Perkins
usually short
system,
it to the EP system.
right? In the Earhart Perkins system, Jonnu Smith was not a great fit when he was in New England, and you didn't really see. You
Why
saw
though?
the production.
Why? Because the Patriots did not have a running game that the Dolphins with the outside zone have, which what does that do? The outside zone, it forces the cornerbacks and the linebackers to try to play outside leverage. They're worried about where's the ball going to go outside. The issue is the seam and the streak from the tight end is going to be wide open. Why? Because they're playing outside leverage. It allows the inside leverage routes to be open. Mike McDaniel has failed to take advantage of that. And that is the issue that Color and I, even when we were in Big Philly's show in space, is again the streak. It doesn't have to be hold on though, real quick. It doesn't have to be a Gesicki. We don't need a Gesicki. What we need
Thanks for the article.
is a dual threat. You don't know, is he gonna block and release?
That's where all the stuff in my head came from, Irving. Sorry, CT.
Nice. Nah, you're cool, bro. Thanks.
Oh, you're fine. Because Color and I talked about this on Big Phillies. And this is you fuckers who don't fucking listen.
CT, but if you're running the outside zone, right?
If you're
in the
going
corner,
outside zone, it forces it forces the outside linebackers and the slot and or nickel cornerback to play outside leverage. And it allows streaks and inside block release type throws to be open. And we don't need a Gesicki to do that. Durham Smythe does that just fucking fine. If Jonnu Smith is a Durham Smythe type individual, that's a great concept because now you got two of them can do it. Not just one. And if they're better blockers than Gesicki, then you're not pigeonholing yourself to a certain play.
Yeah.
Which creates what? It creates conflict for the defense.
But a lot of our outside zone did not work last year. It was because we didn't have the athletic offensive lineman, the offensive lineman with the athletic traits that fit the scheme on the field to run that system. So our running backs weren't as productive, but we had guys that were skilled in inside zone, power gap, and our running backs were getting production on in between the tackles running. So that's probably maybe why it didn't work. But anyways, the outside zone motion, like the way you were explaining it, aren't our tight ends supposed to be running more like maybe stick routes on the inside, or running maybe more cell concepts on the misdirection plays? Maybe you add some more tight end throwbacks. It was that maybe a failure of Mike McDaniel not implementing those type of plays with the outside zone?
What else is a failure? So everybody talks about, Tua can't throw outside the numbers. Well, in year number one, we watched him throw out routes to Devontae Parker. He checked shit down all the time, right? So that's not a limitation of Tua. What it was if Mike McDaniel was so focused, and you brought up a great point. we were having success running up the middle when we did. Why?
Right.
Because the defense expected us to run outside. If you have tight ends who can
Yeah, but we had the
block,
personnel to block, to do that type of stuff, the inside zone, the gap stuff. You know what I mean?
no, we didn't.
We didn't have the
It's
personnel to do the
so
outside zone
focused
stuff.
outside zone that when we did run the occasional inside zone or gap scheme up the middle, that it surprised the defense. Why? Because they expected the outside zone. Now, if you have a tight end that can block and be a decent receiving threat, like Color and I had said with Durham Smythe, which Jonnu Smith is a very carbon copy in that example. You have two guys that can decently block and catch. So you can't pigeonhole based on what formation and what player is in there. You don't know which way we're going. Are we going inside? Are we going outside? Or is it a play action with a tight end going across the middle because you spread the linebackers with the play action, thinking it's going to be outside zone? It leaves the middle of the field open.
Sure.
But Mike McDaniel ran that same fucking play action play over and over and over. Waddle on the post, Tyreek on the streak, and whoever the third wide receiver was as the crosser. And he ran that same fucking play 1,000 fucking times. When does Mike McDaniel say, okay, let me run that crosser?
He also ran the clear outs with the streak going vertically in the in-breaking route as the underneath route.
Yeah, and that's true. But in that same concept, you're taking the outside linebackers outside in the play action.
I understand that.
Drop them out. Now, here's the thing: if they go, oh, well, I know he's going to have a crosser across the middle. Well, what does that do? That puts the inside linebacker in conflict, because if you send that tight end faking the block and then running up the seam, if the inside linebacker runs with a crosser, guess what's wide open?
The seam.
That fucking seam. So again, if my dumbass can see this,
why can't Mike McDaniel? I hear what you're saying.
Exactly.
I hear what you're saying. You got a point. I ain't gonna disagree with you there. Hey guys, I gotta get out of here, man.
Me too, man. It's fucking almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, bro. You guys have a good one. Great show.
Hey, love you, boys. Talk. Go ahead, Irvin. Final thoughts. Go, bro.
Nah, man, great show, bro. You know, good football talk, especially in the middle. You know, we're less than 3 weeks away from the draft. Hopefully, the draft pick, that 21st pick, is an impact player, and that could help us immediately. Especially we're in a 2-year window of competing. We need some blue chip talent to build a cornerstone, if you will, to build our team around. So that's all I gotta say. Great show as always, Color. Nice having you. Nice talking to you again, man. It's always a pleasure. Green Rat, you know how it is. CT, all that stuff. PhINS up.
Absolutely love it, man. Appreciate it. Color, final thoughts, man. Good to see you, man. He must have
Sorry, guys, stepped away for a second. Yeah, so
no,
it's good to see you guys. I just kind of like I gotta hit the subscribe so I can keep getting notified of y'all. Y'all have been over here in this corner just not telling anybody about yourselves, man. Share it out more.
Yeah.
But
we're
everybody
trying
should
to, but we were at 1,400 with the previous, and fucking YouTube want to play their bullshit just like they did with
Later,
y'all,
fellas.
with Mary Kay, and fucking even now they're doing it with Alan Popar and Omar Kelly about the all or in part of the Dolphins thing. Well, it was Miami Dolphins content, but apparently it was too close or all in part for their bullshit. So fuck them. You know, it is what it is, and we're not out here for the money. We do it for the love of the Dolphins. We're not trying to make no money, but hey, anybody wants to sub, get it. But hit up TFTG, Color and El Capitan and the boys over there. Go sub to them too, man. Just it's bro. You two want to fuck with everybody that gets any kind of success. They don't fucking love nobody. They just want their money. That's it. But go ahead, Color.
So that just to Irving, that article is like, it actually kind of pissed me off when I read it. Like, I'm like, why? What are we doing? I feel like we're spinning our wheels after reading that. But yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. I'm glad to see you guys. Glad to talk to y'all. I haven't, seen you around in a while. Don't be a stranger, Green Rat. And yeah,
Like I
Fins up
said,
there.
I've been in there a few times. I just don't jump up on the panels and stuff. But
Get it. And we all got to take care of our heads, man. I know where you're coming from.
yeah, I did bail on just like I only have like two different places that I even watch anymore.
Yeah,
I have sub here obviously, and then you guys, I'm sub there. I mean,
only so much time in a day,
right. I hear you. Good to have you on the show.
Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all. Welcome.
Yeah, man. You're welcome anytime, Color. Hey, love you, man. Hey, we're not always gonna agree on everything and whatever, but that's the fun of the fucking Dolphins community, and that's what we do. Green Rat, final thoughts, brother.
Well, just for UCT, hopefully Cam Smith can go into
You
work
gotta
for
go
more
dirty
8 to 5 and quit partying all night, and maybe he'll get some playing time this year.
You gotta go fucking dirty on me. Go fuck you.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Everybody out there, we got 103 in here. Hit that fucking like button. Come on over to YouTube. All you guys on Twitch and Twitter, hit that notification bell. We're out here every Monday night, 8:30, but we do impromptu shows occasionally. But we appreciate everybody watching. Color, TFTG, Green Rat. Well, he doesn't have anything. He just, Green Rat does his thing. But love you guys. As always, we're going to leave you guys with our favorite clip. As always, we'll see you on the next one.
Jalen Waddell. Everybody knew they would yell from the box like Jalen Waddle, and we would say Waddell. Waddle is